birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man, birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise astrology. Jesus, Silic God, Zodiac, stellar field ruler. Ferris wheel Bueller, seven seal jeweler. Flow is so hot, I made the devil feel cooler. My love is so high, the seven heavens kneel to you. Versus scorch, burn the human torch when I'm flaming on. My heat made their favorite cuts, that's filet mignon. Basic dog, nature spawn. Haters gone, faders drawn. Wanna keep your king, be careful when you place the pawns. Body still firm, and don't tell it where my brain's been. Midnight oil burner written with a vape pen. Hidden in my brainstem. Wisdom is a strange gem. I be speaking in tongues in sun dialect. Giant who be stepping on tanks, I punch fighter jets. Zodiac is raining invisible, spun spider nets. Thought alarms waking the dead, but no timer set. Radio is putting in work, it's no idle threat. Used to cash checks to buy, now we buy checks with cash. Like Nike cereal and Instagram seller badge. I stay flying, I won't back down yet. Put their money up behind me, that's a background check. Son of man, birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man, birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise astrology. Yeah, flaming headdress, glowing eyes, the prestigious. Portals in the ocean, in the sky are the deepest. Zodiac records, I supply you repeaters. Astrology, just go and fly to the peaks. Out this world where the mind's eye couldn't reach us. I am so aware, with record needles, I be threading time fabric into flesh. I can sow the air. Teddy pentagrammatine, I expose the red. You claiming blocks you rep, but you don't even know you're square. Kai Zodiac, I'm bright like a solar flare. White robe from the fur of a polar bear. Sperm made a golden glare. Words from a yogi prayer. Outer space solar. Filling up the spot, you are now a placeholder. Don't know how to play soldier. I spoke deep like the sound was played slower. Illuminate the arc to bring us now to wake Noah. Halo on the crown, that's a holy war. Man versus machine, that's the holy war. Told me more, man's an android with the circuitry that no one saw. Into demons' layers, with the demon slayers. Swimming through the dreams and layers. Wisdom for your streaming players. I see through you if you lying, that's a CAT scan. Blow a hole through your group, now that's the Gap Band. Burning Aries in the dust, that's an ashram. I try to jog my memory, but the past ran. Lunar cycle next phase, hidden like a masked man. Ninja with the fast hands, quicker than the flash can. Never saw my blade till it hit him when they crash land. Son of man, birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man, birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise astrology.
Now, that feels just about like a plantation. We're all indentured servants. When I found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington, I wanted to smack somebody. You know, I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks.
Are you ready for the pendulum swing? That brings us back on the top, where we meant to be kings. They say my mental has wings. Too brilliant for you. Introducing a man who embodies a revolution. Time within my DNA, thoughts beyond human. There's only winning, I fought beyond losing. Cop street fight in the court style. Your jurisdiction is rooted in pure fiction. Make the captain jump ship, either exit or execution. My music shock and eclectic electrocution. I always said when I reach heaven, I'm never moving. Truman Show, the stage became small, there ain't no room to blow. My vibe is so high in the hood, I'm like a UFO. Marty McSide, I got that back to the future glow. Our backs against the law cause we forgot what we used to know. Return of the ancient ones. Why the smart plague and dumb, you looking so lame. When I rhyme, put you to shame for fun. You being chased when freedom's at stake, I make the agents run. Every zombie's a potential god, sleepwalking. Freedom calling to you wake inside a deep corking. Rockin' moccasins, bopping enough fedora, pouring bottles of incredible thoughts of my supporters. But you ain't taking time for exploring your own orbit, so you trapped in a trap and you cornered on the corner. The cheese you rashes chasing ain't worth the half of this course in your galactic guard warrior, rapid and art formula. Pay attention when I stand at the podium. You rappers check for bars, I'm checking who's got no room. And it ain't even that you weak when you rap. You bring scoop and get the puddles like you deep when you lack the basic nutrients for me to even eat you for snack. Smack you brutally, and I ain't even need to attack. But trying to be on trap beats instead of being in the trap.
The Negro is still languished in the corners of American society.
I don't fear, oh no, my soul's with me. Alright, intermission, we gonna let it breathe for just a second. Let you catch your breath. Cool off for a minute, cause we about to turn it up. Because I ain't scared like your parents these days to say your music sucks. But I got news for us. That ain't your music, that's a government experiment geared to shoot your future up. Like Sierra Leone, not the singer, he without sin. I threw this capstone at all you thinkers. The judgment bringer, I come with 100 Incas. Cacao Olmec, my queen's the color of Medina. Avocado mask, skins like butter on the features. My window never had the smoke screen of non-believers. And these days you can't tell the dons from who's the divas. I'm hot before the fever unlock the door that keeps you in prison and hard to reach it with wisdom from out the ethers. My record is an ancient script. Historians be reaching in they craze to get. My creative gift is an ancient myth told for generations. The soul of many nations and one man who's taken the head of plenty sayings. The day spinning slip through my fingers just like grains of sand. You feel you hate, I am the sun here to awaken man. The dawn of a new day, rise and get ready. My mind, it gets heavy while blacks dance. Connect the words melanin and melody. Don't meddle with the pedals, be gentle on the brakes. Your body is the world's soup when they sent you from outer space. Murder without a case, a burglar without a safe. Through each hole they spiral kundalini like a shoe. The serpent is like the lace, dispersed without a trace, like ghosts without a face. In this life, my soul's out of its place. Who's the Anunnaki from planet rock flow is amazing grace. God bless me with telepathy, excellence to ecstasy, submerge another continent, probably make an extra seed. I make an extra me, binary star system programmer for Mars destiny, planetary projection of light that makes holograms. Hollow man made of space dust, Akashic sand, nirvana the promised land. I'm written upon a lamb, invisible sonogram, predicted the common man. Give tickets for web traffic and digital contraband. Hold up a lost call and admitting that I'm the man. Peace. No doubt. Alright. From a cosmic gravesite, buried in dark matter, one page in the book of life became lengthened in large chapters. You can't spit your song after a lyrical born master with spiritual core valor. Each lyric is thoughts hammered, don't bicker with horse manners. I'm gifted with more answers for lyrics that cause cancer, verbal intercourse, tantra. Yo, PR to Atlanta to Lemuria, Atlantis. Yo, they can't handle this. Didn't read the manuscript. My ship just appeared on the earth without landing it. Then I vanished quick.
But what if the people who told you that she wasn't from there actually received checks and actually swore oaths? Not to tell you what you catching on to it. What you have been taught is that you're not from here. You've been taught that you're an alien.
And you don't even challenge it even in your own mind. That's slavery. And it's a pact you just made with them. And so you've agreed to a fraudulent jurisdiction that they created. And then it makes it legal because you're great.
So when you're out of your culture, you are out of your living mind. And it's very dangerous when somebody else defines your thought pattern. And whose education are you getting? You can't get a good education in these universities. What I'm teaching you today, none of it came from their institutions. Brothers and sisters, your best education is to go to the source. Go to the source.
Here we are. Back on the wheel. Tell me how we feel. Right in the middle of Leo season. How Leo season treating you now? Speaking for the Geminis out there that you represent.
The Leo is rising. In the words of the greatest character to ever play in the movie, he said, "Have we started the fire?" He said, "The fire has started, and it rises." So shout out to the Leos in the Leo rising. That's how Leo season being treated.
You're gonna take it off of fire.
Started, and it rises.
Fire has definitely started, and you came with a lot of logs to put on the fire. Because you know you gotta keep the fire burning. What logs, which is logic, right? You gotta feed it logic. So that being said, right? Today is a very special day in the astrological world. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Today is what is known as popularly Lionsgate or the gate of the Avatar, the Leo gate. Now this is important. Not in the ways that you might think or in the ways that are popularly advertised, right? This is significant because of what it means energetically, and what it can do for you and your confidence and your heart. See, we're at the center, in the middle of the heart, right? See, every sign. Matter of fact, I need you to pull this up for me. You just pull this up for me. Pull up that Leo Lionsgate for me because I want them to see what I see. You start off in any sign from the 0 point. Picture it like you're going up a mountain. 0 degree with Aries, you're climbing up the mountain. When you reach 15, you're at the pinnacle of that mountain. When you go down, and then when you get to 29 degrees, when you get to 0 degrees of Taurus, now you're back at the bottom again and you're going up again. You reach 15. And you're at the pinnacle of that mountain, right? So we have 15 degrees of Leo, which is a peak. Just like in the middle of the day, the sun reaches that peak, that high point. It's the peak, like you peak, right? You can see the light. We're reaching the high point of everything.
They call that the meridian height.
Mm. Exactly what it is. When you go all the way around the circle, after hitting those heights in each sign, now you've got a 12-pointed star, right? Not in the circle, you got a 12-pointed star. That's really what it is. Star, a compass. And within that compass, there's certain major points. I need that compass chart, and I need that Leo chart, because I want it to be visual. Because it's in my mind, but I need to put it in your mind so you understand. Everything that Leo represents is the extremity of it. So right, so now you're looking at the compass, just to show you what it really is. Within that 360 degrees, there are particular points that you know that stand out: north, south, east, west, and what's known as the cross-quarter point. That's backwards, because the way the compass and numbers are arranged on the compass and the way the astrological chart is arranged is flipped. We're based on the degrees, right? When you're starting at Aries, you're starting at the 0 degree / 360. 0 point. From there, as you're moving forward within each sign, which is 30 degrees, right? By the time you get to where it says northeast, now you're at Taurus, 45 degrees, right? By the time you get to 90 degrees, which is the first square from Aries, you get to the 0 point of Cancer, right? When you get to the center of Leo, southeast, 135 degrees, right? So even though it's 15 degrees of Leo within the whole circle, it's the 135th degree of that circle, right? And those particular points, 0 degrees, 45 degrees, 90 degrees, 135, 180, right? 270, 225. These points, 315, these particular points stand out within the circle and define it. So north, south, east, west, Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn, these cardinal points. You know the significance of these particular points because they're your equinoxes, your solstices, right? And there's usually holidays that fall at these points of the year, right? Because these are points when the sun in this journey, it's creating a marker. It's creating a geometrical marker point of significance, right? Like your arms and your legs. You stand up, you put your arms out, you make the cross, right? So you're dealing with two squares, two boxes. Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, these are the fixed points within that circle, those cross quarter points. Very significant, right? Because that's why they're fixed. They're right in the middle of each season. So they're energetically not only just the middle point for those particular signs that are fixed, but they're the middle of that season, right? So when you're dealing with Leo, we're at the exact middle point of the summer quadrant. We're at the exact middle point of the square. So everything is in square, it's a box within a circle. You get to those cross quarter points, you're at the pinnacle of the height of that particular season. So you get to the middle of Taurus, right? You're at the pinnacle of the spring. Leo is the pinnacle of the summer, right? Scorpio is the pinnacle of fall. So it personifies the fall, the underworld. For Aquarius is the pinnacle of the winter, right? So these particular points are significant energy points when any planet hits them, particularly the sun, in which the sun is the planet that naturally rules Leo. So it's falling in the middle of its own sign, in the middle of the summer, right? Important. It doesn't mean whatever you heard as far as, oh yeah, I was scrolling through Instagram and somebody said that today's Lionsgate portal and a magical unicorn is gonna come and land and drop a bag of money on you. No. But what it could mean. And for everybody, every point is different. But what it could mean is that it's a portal in the gate of confidence, of love, of the heart, right? Of the child within you, of your creativity. It's a peak of that. It's the pinnacle of light within you, the center of the heart. Leo is the heart, right? So it's the center of the heart. It's important to understand, like when you're building a building, that's what it is. It's cosmic architecture. So you're building the building, you create a square as a foundation, right? So these points, those 4 points are your square that you build on. You build on what's fixed because that's what's constant. So we're going to expound on what this energy means and bring it to life within film, as we always do. Art imitates life, life imitates art, right? So we're going to bring it to life and show you where this is the peak of and the awakening of the confidence within you, right? This is also the eve of Venus square Uranus, right? This energy is going to shake things up, right? It's going to rock the boat. It's going to bring everything that's in balance out of balance, and things that are out of balance into balance, right? That's what confidence does too. If you have the confidence, you can do things that you normally wouldn't do. And see, when you get to the middle point of any sign, you're also dealing with the divine that's represented by its opposite sign. So it takes on the balance between Leo and Aquarius, right? Aquarius, the future, the awakening, the innovator, right? So if you create Leo, you have to innovate, right? Or when we see the lightning, produces light, right? Which attracts attention, Leo. Or the child, Leo, is wild, untamed, and loves to experiment, Aquarius. And that's their balance. So I'm gonna show you how in this film that we're gonna go into, this current energy is brought to life. And once again, it speaks for what our experience is and what the energy means. And Knowledge, can you bring up that Lionsgate chart? So I want to show the energy. Not him. Not them. That's the one. That's the one. So you see the sun. You see the sun right in the center of Leo, right? 15 degrees right in the middle. Now this is significant because if you look in Taurus, you will see Jupiter at 14 degrees. So Jupiter and the sun are in a close aspect to each other. Jupiter and the sun amplifies that energy because Jupiter is at the what? The Bull's gate. So this is a blend of both of those energies, right? So Leo, the lion, is the creativity. Jupiter and Taurus. Taurus is all about the voice, giving voice to something. So this amplifies the voice. This amplifies the role of the lion. This increases the force, the power, and the effect that it has in order to do what? Bring things into matter and ground them. That's what Taurus is all about, to materialize. You see the moon is in Taurus, we see Uranus is in Taurus, the moon is hanging out with the planet that rules Aquarius that brings unexpected change. Right? So, and also deals with the future. So, appropriately, we're going to bring in Back to the Future. See, Venus and Leo at 23 degrees retrograde. Everything is all about the past in terms of relationships, in terms of reevaluating things, in terms of weighing things out, right? Whether it be legal matters, whether it be relationships, whether it be money matters, you're waiting on things. And there's a deliberation taking place, a reconsideration, putting things back on the scale again, because they don't weigh the same thing they used to. They're heavier now. Over time, things change in their weight. Time, weight. Time makes you wait. And weight as what? Weight. So when we evaluating things, we're weighing them out again. Now Venus, as you see, is forming square to Uranus because it's going backwards. Parallel. It's apparent motion. Uranus is at 22. So when Venus hits 22, we have Venus, Uranus. Venus is the ruler of Libra, which is your back. It's the back, and it's retrograde, so it's going back. Uranus represents the future. It is futuristic. So we're going back, and at the same time, we're going to the future. Like the Ouroboros, the snake, it eats its tail. In order to go forward, you have to know the tail. Those who come before you, you got to go back because it's something that you forgot. On a larger scale, macrocosmically, and on a personal level, personally, it's something that you have to go back in order to fix, in order to repair, in order to extract the value or the reward from it. See, any experience that you ever had in your whole life, if you don't understand that experience, whether it's traumatizing, whether it's beautiful, if you lack the understanding of that experience, you have not extracted the full value of that experience. You have not cashed the check. Every single moment comes with, every single moment comes with a check. You're being paid, not only in just the time of the experience, but in the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that is produced and can be extracted from every single moment that you have, right? So, Venus, Uranus, back Venus, Uranus to the future. Real quick, I want to touch on this. The gates. The knowledge. Can you pull up that Coliseum for me? The gate. I'm gonna show you the gate. You see the lion. You see the eyes of the lion. You see the symbol of the sun, right? You see the lion's mane in Leo. But do you see the gate? Now look, if you look closely here, the Coliseum, built and everything like it, whether it be a circus, whether it be a stadium, whether it be a Coliseum, whether it be a theater, they're built as the zodiac, the circle of life, right? And everybody sits in their assigned seat within the circle. But in order to enter, each one of those arches is a gate. It's an entrance. It's a gateway, right? It's a gateway connected by two pillars. See? So in between each degree is a portal, is a gateway, is an entrance, is an opening into the Zodiac Coliseum that we're all living in, right? If you don't think so, there's somebody that's born and there's somebody that passes on every somebody. There are people right now celebrating their solar return. There's people mourning the passing of somebody, whether they passed today or whether they passed 100 years ago, simultaneously, because somebody walked through one of those entrances, somebody walked out of one of those exits, because it's always both, the entrances, the exit, right? So we're the exits. So today we can go back to that Leo chart for me. Today, the sun being at 15 degrees of Leo, that's a particular entrance point into the circle, right? Not that one yet. Back to the Future, we didn't get there yet. We didn't even get in the DeLorean yet. Each one of those degrees is an entrance point, an entryway in. We came in through 15 degrees of Leo. I came through 15 degrees of Taurus, is what I'm telling you. Somebody came in through the degree where Mars is. Somebody came into the degree where Uranus is currently. So if you look at each one of those marker points, it's not just a line. They're not just lines. They are light rays, because this whole wheel is created by the rays of the sun. But those degrees in between them are entrance ways. And each one of those lines is a pillar. Thus creating the gates. And that's why, watch this, it is used, if you can bring my compass back, it is used to what? Use the compass to navigate. To navigate. That's why they're gates, because they're not just entrances, but they're used to navigate. Right? Now, I want to segue from here. I'm going to create a bridge from here to the clock, because the compass is also the clock. You're using the compass every day. You're trying to figure out where you are, right? In order to figure out where you are, when you are, you gotta know when you are. If you don't know when you are, you don't know where you are. The two go together, right? History, when you are. Geography, where you are. Are tied together. And this is why the clocks, at one point, didn't just have 12 numbers on them. They had the 12 signs on them. Because if you were navigating by land, if you were navigating by water, the compass told you where you were. but it also told you when you were. So here's the interesting thing. If you look at the clock hands, watch this. If you look at the clock hands on a regular clock within the circle, the 12 numbers, which most of you don't even have that anymore. But if you look at that, that is missing something. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the patterns that are created within that clock repeat every single day. You know it's 3 o'clock if the hour hand, the Horus hand is on 3. Every day. But guess what? If you're given all the hands, because each one of those hands is a planet pointing to a particular number or sign or position within the circle. If you know that Saturn is in Pisces, and you know the cycle of Saturn, you know it's coming around every 28, 30 years. If somebody shows you a chart, you know by where Saturn is, what year you're in. See, you can be looking at somebody who has Saturn in Pisces 28 years ago. You know it wasn't 10 years ago. You know it wasn't 15 years ago, because that's impossible. Furthermore, if then you know where Jupiter is, you know its 12-year cycle, and you know where it is currently, like right now it's in Taurus. We know that the year before it's in Aries, the year before that it's in Pisces, the year before that it's in Aquarius. You know what year you're in. So if you know where Jupiter is, you know where Saturn is, you know where the outer planets are. You know not only what time, you know what year, you know it's rising, you know what time it is. You know where all the planets are, especially the outer ones. Then you have a greater understanding of the bigger, larger circles and larger amounts of time. You know where the sun is. You know where you are in the smaller yearly circle. You know where the moon is. You know where you are in the smaller monthly circle. You know it's rising. You know it's rising. You know where you are in the day. If you just have 12 numbers in 2 hands, you're missing a bunch of hands. You ever seen those deities and they have many hands? You ever think about the fact that they're clocks, and each one of those hands is a planet pointing to a particular time. You have all the hands. You know what time you're in. You know where you are in the world. You know when you are. Within smaller and larger cycles, if you got just 2 hands, you're missing something. And now you just got some numbers without even a circle. Being blindfolded and don't even know it. So anyway, These wheels are the what? Travel. This is your DeLorean. This is your time machine. Because the car, you turn that sideways, there's your wheels. There's your wheels. You need a wheel to travel. There's your UFO, right? Because where you see a UFO up in the sky, where do you see that? You gotta look up. And it's moving every day because you're on the ship, you're on the wheel, looking up the wheels within wheels, that you determine your coordinates in time and space, on matter and in spirit. All things are measured with the carpenter's tool. All things are measured with the tools of masonry, mother and sun, sun and moon, right? Tools used for geometry. And you know where you are in reality. Perfect timing. Because we were talking about the vehicle. We were talking about traveling. And there's no way that you can travel without the what? The car. You add the E to the car, you have the care. That's the cancer. And that's why when you see those two wheels, you see the two wheels within the cancer sign. I see Amina has joined us. Brief. There's the wheel.
All creatures, the low and the high, are one with nature. If we have the wisdom to learn, all may teach us their virtues. Between the fragile beauty of the praying mantis and the fire and passion of the winged dragons, there is only harmony.
I hear you liars whisper, claim this better fire spitters, water current, wind blowing, groundbreaking, wiser, rich and flyer, enemy and pillars, start bright and shine and glitter. Those who know at 85, those who do provide, deliver cosmic physics. I'm the blueprint of a new 5%er, sun and moon, 8-point flag, let me describe it quicker. Mercury to Pluto, what you must compute so you can understand the angles of life in the sky scripture. Phoenix rise, place loud statements and silent whispers. See the higher picture, cry a river, time liquor, fermented from the fruits of patience, harmonized the bitter, and I made it sweet. How could they compete when there's no race at all? If you see the finish line, you don't have the vision. I'm eternal, I created all, so you can't escape the ball. Built by the fallen dream plot inside a sacred hall, answering the angel's call. What kind of faith falls in doubt for man who faith is small? The holy is you know me, it's the sacred, I awake them all. Eyes glowing, hands were torn, broken to erase my fall. Through the atmosphere with you, I came in that material. What's it called again? That secret wars, black Spider-Man, dark melanin, space plasma trapped in an African rap cherubim. Who's better than my checks I never spent? It ain't good here, I'm ex-American, love built my exoskeleton. Best to ever been the 4 elemental gems. Oxygen, hydrogen, carbon and nitrogen. Time to use your mind again. Ready to retire skin, well I can take you higher than string to string along. Probably violate the violin. Victim with a silent grin, the pleasure of defeat. When the fear of success is preventing your release. In the story of your glory, still the end is incomplete. Though I'm heavenly, they say they only this mic that I'm a beast. From cyphers on these streets, I'm the Bible on these beats. Speak good inside a priesthood. My thoughts are intuitive feet with a unique stud. Minds in the inner I'm the only witness here. Not your jurisdiction you stand. Got no business here. Keep your commercial cold. This is the motion picture, not a commercial, yo. Lyrics reverse the globe. I burnt my roll with dynamite that made my verse explode. Flip the switch, the earth reloads. Depopulation detox. I'm in the jungle bumping. God hop till the trees rock. Cause floods, clean up the world. I made the trees mop. Gaze in the heart of the sun till the spring stops. It feels wonderful. I'm Sean, go to thunder, true, living untouchable. Spirit of the holy men. Knowledge of the cipher since only 10. Golden gem, spaced in the lungs, breathe deep, cause that's his own man. Solar wind, growing a sin. I ride ancient one, I'm harder than a Haitian drum. Voodoo, spoke the soul's tomb. To the stage is numb, the spirit in the hiatus come. Beating for the slaves to be free. Sip the Jamaican rum, I live on. Haters and stunned since one album. Stay strong, salute to the spirit of young Malcolm. So what's it all about then? Who you think you are, Khalid, to choose and use your art to speak? Why you keep your art so deep? Stupid is what's popular. So with subtle suicide, struggle till you lose and die. Dark clouds, abuse the sky, love light. And thankful I'm here to touch you and I. Internet computer spies, interject the rumors, lies, coffee spills, heart attack, big Macs with supersize. Abracalik the Magi, Dabra the chief, the rabbi, pastor the priest. In fact, I spit that holy flow to the beat of the boom baptized. Who's the bad guy when darker lights the force in the soul? The snakes chastised, Chaviga the flame burn slow, the sweet smell of it. Yin and yang eternally linked, yet each celibate. A medical magician, open portals through a mirror, certain sexual positions. A medical prescription in a telescope to measure angelical heaven rhythm. Planetary exorcism, vibration, magnetism. My station, you have to listen. Batter spitting Holy Ghost, apparatus, apparition. I don't have no competition. I jump inside their bodies to give them a chance at winning for the fun of it. No matter which loss, you can't recover it. Global hovership, dark gates in my community. I teach through the levels I reach for all the youth to see. Intuition station broadcasting by the future me. I shapeshift to a great disc before the humans see. I teleport quick and escape with my immunity.
So, when we perceive the ways of nature, we remove conflict within ourselves and discover a harmony of body and mind in accord with the flow of the universe.
And back to the video. The knowledge that was so appropriate right there. That was so super appropriate because we're talking about Venus retrograde and Leo. Going back to the past. And Leo is art, creativity, and so forth and so on. So the art of the past having a new sense of value and appreciation for it, and also suddenly, it's the drum, the heart, the drum, boom back to. I haven't been boom baptized in a while. Amina.
Peace.
Welcome.
Peace. What's going on? Does it sound like too much wind in my background?
I can hear you. There's a lot of wind, but I mean, what can I say? I got all kind of frogs and crickets and owls and bats and all
with
kind
a
of
beautiful melody. They make a beautiful melody together.
Nice, yeah.
Your whole farm.
Right, exactly. You just bring in an instrument. That's all it is.
This what?
I said you just bringing in a new instrument into the orchestra. Nature.
Right. It's something over here rattling now. I don't know what it is.
Leo season between you so far.
Leo season has been very, very revealing as far as me understanding how the light is wealth, the light economy, the economy of light, the economy of your creativity is reigns supreme over any wealth we could ever think of, as far as material, you know. The Leo, the heart, is truly about your willpower. I was reading too in the Circle 7, it was talking about don't forget how there's a talent that is committed to your charge. So it's like saying we all have a talent, and that specific talent committed to us through our willpower, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You were breaking up for a minute there, but I can hear you.
Oh no. But yeah, just the power of our talents and the power of being still so that you can be able to truly hear the message or hear the idea or hear, whatever divine insight that it is you want to share. Like when you're coming up with lyrics, you come up with them just in just random moments of sitting and observing and, or interacting, whatever you're doing, cleaning. But that it's in those moments right there that I've learned is the actual
Hold on. The wind just took you over.
Huh?
I said the wind just overtook you. You had that Aquarius in the first. That's the wind in front of you. You got Mars and Leo in the seventh, which is the sunset behind you.
Right? Let me go inside. It just feels so good out here. I'm gonna go in.
Why you do that? Listen, you just made me think about you talking about the value of your own creativity. How
Mhm.
people are always thinking about what they can buy. Like you're you're worth more because you have the ability to buy more things, as opposed to you being worth more because you have the ability to create more things from yourself. See, everything that you can possibly
Right.
purchase is made from materials that came from nature, right? Just like you're made from
Mhm.
materials that came from nature, but you have the ability to create from your own being because you're a tree, right? And your creativity is the fruits of that tree. So the more abundant
Mhm.
you are, is the more creative you are, right? The more ability that you
Mhm.
have to produce. And there's different forms of
Mhm.
creativity, not just one form of creativity, right? Creativity takes 360 forms. You know what I'm saying? Creativity comes through all of the different doorways. Creativity is embodied in all of us in different ways. So we got to all see the value in what we can create.
Right.
What you
Mhm.
create is unique because there's nothing that you can buy from anywhere that can equal something that came through the filter of your own being, like a
Exactly.
child.
Exactly. Your divine technology. That would be the Venus square Uranus, right?
Yes. Venus
Technology.
Uranus.
And when you look
Yes,
up the technology, etymology,
hold on, you
you
breaking
know,
up again.
weaving and the. Oh no.
Hop back in the time machine and rewind. right, everybody be patient
I was saying.
with your reality because, well, listen, what's happening with you, because remember, you embody the collective, whoever is rising. We're all dealing with that in some way. And Venus is sound. Venus retrograde, having to go back to repeat what it said, to re-listen to what was heard or wasn't heard,
Hmm.
in order to extract the value of it.
Hmm. But I know, though, um, knowledge. Can you hear me?
You're going in and out a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Your audio double dutching.
Oh no.
That
Oh
old notes.
man. Let me see something. Hold on. Let me try to fix the Wi-Fi.
Are you good right now? Stay right wherever you at. Put an antenna on your head. Grab some aluminum foil. Put your arm up,
You hear me now?
and you should be good. Yeah, you good.
How about now?
You good. Do like you playing Twister and just hold that position.
Okay. Better?
Yeah, sound clear.
Okay, I was saying the
Wait a
etymology,
minute.
the etymology of technology, right? Because we're talking about Venus square Uranus, right? So Venus square Uranus, and we're speaking of the economy, like from the perspective of the economy of your creativity, right? Well, it's interesting because the etymology of technology deals with art, right? And of course, the usual webbing and weaving um, uh, quality that technology has, right? Or the Aquarius energy has. But I thought it was interesting because the way that it connects is because it's like Aquarius is really like a flow, right? It's a frequency. That's why the symbol is like this. So it's always energy, spirit is always, or electromagnetism, we can say, is always flowing. It's always present. It's just an ether, an air of ether around you. And when you can be still, or when you're really just tuned in, because you don't always have to be still. Like I said, you could be cleaning up, you can be just observing something, you can be doing whatever. But this is where that flow comes through. And this is when that flow comes through. And this is like the actual geniusness of Uranus that comes through, that divine sudden, oh, that aha moment, that, oh, that's a great idea. What is the, remember those commercials for the inventive commercials back in the day? It would be like have an idea, have an invention, and it would be a light bulb that would pop up at the top of his head.
Right.
You remember those commercials? It'd be like a light bulb that pop up at the top of his head. And that's that Aquarius energy, that sudden just, oh, wow, I could do this. I got this idea. Oh my goodness, this idea came through. That means that's like your check hitting your bank account. Like that's like the check hitting the bank account. It's the equivalent. Because
Right.
that spirit saying, use this and just use your willpower, though. You know, that's the balance of the Aquarius and Leo. Use your willpower to manifest this art, Venus. And if you do that, you will have the abundance, or then the material comes, right? Because it's something that is being birthed out of you, out of the heart, out of we could even say it's just like it's coming out of your I don't want to say your vagina, but you're giving birth, like, right? You're giving birth to something. And I think this stands true too when, like, the Holy Quran talks about he who has many children has many blessings. And I don't think that's always necessarily talking about a physical child, right? I mean, of course, our babies are that too. There are blessings as
Creativity.
well. Um, huh? I'm breaking up.
Creativity. No, I'm saying creativity.
Right, just creativity,
It's still,
period. Right, whether it's in thought or from the actual body. For the yeah, so um, I just thought it was just like amazing how it all just tied together too. And I was reading the Circle Seven as well, and it also talked about how we shall never forget that there is a talent that is committed to our charge. And when it said charge, I was like, we all have a talent that's committed to our charge. And I thought of Leo, like, saying your willpower. You all have a talent, and that talent is committed to the expression of the willpower. And I feel like as long as you are expressing that and utilizing, your gifts, your talents, your art, your inner technology, these divine sudden moments, these divine aha um, realizations,
right.
they are divine. They are divine. And when you think about it, that is like the definition of saying, I work for spirit. I work for Spirit because Spirit told me to, drop this album. Spirit gave me this divine lyric right now, which came in the form of an aha moment, right? But in reality, we're just talking about that Aquarian energy, that frequency, that flow just coming through and giving you that so that you can express it through the will. And it just, which is Leo, and Venus just so happens to be there. So to answer your question, about how my Leo season has been. It has been amazing to really be able to sit and realize that. Like, I feel so wealthy just in the mindset of it. It's not even about materials or anything. It's really just the fact that I'm alive, the fact that my heart, Leo, is beating. That's like everything, because when you have that, you're clocked in, right? It's like being alive is symbolic of being clocked in into this
Clocked
realm.
in. So,
Clocked in.
so appropriate.
Clocked
So
in.
appropriate. Because
It's what?
that ties perfectly. You saying clocked in is so appropriate because it ties into the theme of where we're going. Because we just had up the clocks, right? We were talking about the clocks. We were talking about the clocks being the wheels, right? Because the lines on the wheels are called what? Spokes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking, right? The clock. It tells you, we look at it this way, it tells time, it speaks, right? The clock
Mm-hmm.
speaks. It gives you the word. It tells you everything. This clock tells you who, what, when, where, why, and how, right? So I want to take this and connect it to where we're going, because you gotta get in the car now. You gotta get in the wheel, and we gotta take it back to the future. Right? We
Mm.
gotta we gotta go back and get what we left in the past in order to reevaluate it, polish it up. There's some things you go back and you bring them into now, and they're worth more now than they were then.
Hmm.
There's some things that increase in value over time, and especially the things that you create. They increase in value over time.
Mm.
Look at age that way too. Look at it like an increasing in value.
Mm.
Because every year you're given another circle, you're given another ring, right? You got another ring, you want another champion. You get another, every year you get another
Mm.
ring. It's like the tree has a ring for every year of his life. You're given another ring. That's another jewel, right?
Interesting.
So every year you become wealthier,
Mm.
well-being, wheel, circle,
Right.
another
The
ring. You mastered
well-being.
another ring.
Yeah, wealth is well-being. But think about your well-being. What is a being? A being, we could say, man. What is man? Man is mind. So if somebody is wealthy, their well-being has to be rooted in being well mentally. And when you can be well mentally, then that's when that divine inspiration and everything you need, all the divine instructions from your boss, spirit, or we could say Uranus, because Uranus is in the 10th house of Venus, right? The boss house, and which is the clock house, right? Being clocked in at work.
The clock house. Hold on,
Yeah.
wait, hold on. Uranus is in the top in the 10th house of Venus. Clock.
And so it's the boss that gives you the aha moments. The boss, which is who?
Watch
Spirit.
this though. Watch this. Watch this. A knowledge.
Oh, he's here?
He's always
Oh, I didn't
here.
know he was
Even if you
here
don't
in
hear him,
peace,
you don't see
knowledge
him.
born.
He's in the building. I need the clock tower. The lightning in the clock tower. Because you just described it.
Mm.
You don't even realize it. Just to show you the synchronicity. You don't even realize how well you were describing it. There it is. What did you just say?
Wow.
Repeat what you just said before you even saw this, and we had this ready.
I said, so Uranus is in the 10th house. 10th house is, 10th house of Venus and Leo, the sun in Leo, right? So Uranus is in the 10th house, and the 10th house is the boss. And it is the boss, aka spirit in this example, that gives us those Uranian aha moments, those Uranian sudden, unexpected downloads, we can call it, because it's technological when we're talking about Uranus. So when we get these sudden downloads of art that we are supposed to use our willpower to fulfill, we are clocked in at
Man,
work.
everything
As long as your
that
heart
you
is beating,
said, oh man,
as long as
everything
your
that you
heart is
said,
beating, you're clocked in. That's all I wanted to say. As long as your heart is beating, you
everything
are
that you
clocked in into
said,
this realm of labor. But you work for spirit because spirit is giving you the divine message as the boss, which is the Uranian. Look at that lightning. Like that's coming from God,
everything
from the
you said
divine.
hits differently when you look at this visual, right? Because look, how many pillars are there?
4,
Each one of your limbs is a pillar. How many do you have?
4.
All right. At the top is the clock. Oh, now watch. The clock is inside of the pyramid. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
The eye in the
Mm.
pyramid is the clock,
Mm-hmm.
right? You said what? You said you're clocked in. So
Right.
the building is the human body, right? The clock, which is also Capricorn, timekeeper, right? Because you have a clock in your head. Those 12 cranial nerves that will in your head. You have a clock. You have a biological and cosmological clock that correspond and is synchronized. But it's only when that divine lightning strikes that temple that is filled with life now. And now it's animated because it's also a lightning rod. The body.
And what's interesting is
Something
at the top, it looks like an angel,
mm-hmm.
like wings,
Does.
like
Phoenix.
a side view of an angel.
So that's very Aquarius on top of Capricorn.
Yeah. Wow.
We can
Electricity, when
confirm
electricity meets the 10th house.
exactly. You just everything that you said described this perfectly. But I needed confirmation. Knowledge, you might be the only one that has the answer to this. A trivia question for you.
He has the what?
I have a trivia question for him. Knowledge, I got a question I think you might have to you might have the answer to. That building that the lightning was hitting, what kind of building was that?
You asking me or knowledge?
If you know, that'd be great too.
You said what part of the building?
What kind of building?
What kind of building? It kind of looked like the White House, honestly, when I first looked at it, but I know it's from the movie.
It does.
What kind of house?
Knowledge, do you know? I'm asking him because his name's Knowledge.
It's a lodge.
It's a what?
It's a lodge.
It's a lodge. The black thing.
Like a Masonic lodge?
Yeah, it's a grand lodge in the town.
Oh, wow.
It's a lodge. A logical.
So establishments of high sciences, high knowledge. Uranus in the 10th.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't get into the movie, but there's a scene in the movie Back to the Future where he
It
goes
sounds
back.
like we there now, right?
He sees his father. The son sees the father, and he's accosted by some ruffians that hunt him for his life. So he's back there accosted by these ruffians, and they're there to test him. And Kai and you are going to get into that science, but there's a man there. His name is Goldie. And Goldie is the mayor in his son's time. But in the time that he's in, where he's his father, he's a worker at the restaurant.
Wow.
He said, I'm going to clean up this town. And the guy said, well, start by cleaning up this floor. So he's an ended apprentice working his way in to be the master. He said, I'm going to be the most powerful man in this town. Where else could he reside to have that power?
Now look, Amita, I know you was thinking what I was thinking.
The name.
You said the mayor's name. Right?
I was.
Goldie. Because gold is Leo. And it's Leo season, right? Talking about cleaning up the town. So it's crazy because I actually wrote that down because I saw that and it jumped out to me earlier. I didn't have to say it because you brought it up. because you're a
And he said
Gemini,
the
Leo.
mayor too. That's 10th house. Mayor as well as 10th house. Or just, the square.
The mayor want to change things. I said the building is the body, right? So he's the body, government, being struck by lightning with change, right? So you want to change things. So we can see Uranus in the 10th now, Venus, and we can see Venus because Venus deals with law and justice, and Uranus is what change. So we see a reversal and change in matters that deal with law and that deal with currency, that deal with value. So things are switching. Now, hey, knowledge. Can you bring up the clocks? Because he played pendulum swing earlier, right? The owl, which is the infinity, which is the 8. So I'd observe, and I didn't notice it the first time. But when I went back and I looked at this, see, when you're dealing with the future Aquarius, as you know, you an Aquarius rising, it's all Scorpio with the 8th sign. The clocks with from the movie. Yeah. Well, hold on.
Wow, on the Lions Gate. 8 o'clock.
Right now, right, exactly.
8.
Exactly. Now, mind you, this movie is from 1985. But
Wow.
suddenly it popped up in my mind this morning, like, yo, we got to do this. We got this. This is the movie that embodies this energy.
That is definitely Scorpio in a 10.
Today it's 8/8, right? And it's 8 o'clock. So that's 1/8, but the 2 zeros is another 8, right? Flip to the side. So it's 8/8 right there. And that's crazy. So the 8 is
Wow.
Scorpio on the 10th of the clock.
Oh my goodness.
Transformation. The hourglass.
Blown.
The 8. Hold on, go ahead. So I'm about to get deep right real quick. You got to go with me on the journey here because that's what I do. You got to go on an astrology journey. Now, I want you to say it slowly with me. What time is it there?
8 p.m. or 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. ATE.
8 clocks.
8.
8
Right.
clocks. I love it.
And
you know what is so crazy about this real quick? I doubt these people be astrologers. I think it's some Uranian in the 10th house. Just spirit is just coming through as the boss.
You're 100% right. It's always coming through. It's always coming through. Now look, here's the interesting thing, right? Here's the interesting thing. This brings to me, it's Peter Pan. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because in Peter Pan, there was a clock, a dial, clock, a dial, clock dial that ate o'clock, that 8 o'clock. Let me say it again, that 8 o'clock, right? Now, who was the clock or the crocodile, Karma, right? The clock, Saturn, Karma, always hunting. The hook, inside of the 8, you have the hook, right? Now watch this. The captain, the boss, the hook, trying to get off the hook, right? Things are out of control, they're off the hook, right? And watch this. Knowledge. I need that hook slide. Hopefully, oh yeah, perfect. I was about to say hopefully Amina pops back in right now.
I'm sorry. Okay, I accidentally pressed the red X. I missed
All right.
whatever you were saying.
That's all right. I'll explain it again. Cause I think you'll understand and appreciate. The 8 o'clock, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I took a little Peter Pan detour because the number 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock. There was a crocodile that 8 o'clock, that 8 o'clock, at 8 o'clock.
Mm.
And the crocodile is the clock, dial, Karma, Capricorn, the scales of justice on its back. Hunting,
Mm.
the captain, the boss, because he wasn't off the hook yet. He's the hook. And when you cut the number 8, the hook is inside of it, right? Now watch this. Aquarius exalts Scorpio. Scorpio is the hook, right? Or it's also the phallus, the lightning rod that has to capture the Aquarius life force, the energetic electrical current that the body needs to operate, right? In order to go to the future. Entering the body to go into the past or the future. Because the body and the wheel and the car, because the car is the body, which is the wheel. It takes you to the past or to the future. It is the time machine, right? So Aquarius, which is the futuristic energy, ahead of time, out of the box of time, exalts Scorpio, which is the hook, right? So they had to put the hook on the top of the car, this futuristic vehicle, technology, Aquarius, in order to be able to capture lightning and the electrical current so that they can beat time, Capricorn in the 12th house. You see it? It's off the hook.
Wow. That is crazy. It's not crazy, just divinely synchronistic, divinely weaved and webbed together in a beautiful way.
Yes, it is. You know what's even crazier? Watch this. And maybe Knowledge knows this one. I got another Back to the Future trivia for you. How fast did the car have to go in order for them to be able to go through time? Let's see who can tell me that one. They had to reach a certain speed in the car in order to be able to.
Was it 88?
88.
Wow. I
88.
truly just listen to
You
the
downloaded it.
whatever the energy, because I really
You
don't
downloaded
remember.
it. It was 88. There was a scene they were talking about it. He could fact check me on this. It was 88 miles per hour in order for them to be able to beat Tom. 88 again.
That's
So there was the
amazing.
88 on the clock in the beginning, right? And then the car had to go 88. And what's crazy now is that 88 is 16, and now we're on the 16th degree of Leo now. Which is
Mm.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's the divine web.
Yeah, with a tangle where we weave. So here's the crazy thing. Venus, which is relationships, retrograde, the past, the Leo, the child, exalting the Uranus futuristic energy to the 10th or the top, which is the top of the lodge and the clock. And the reason why he got stuck and had to be there longer in the past was because he had to fix the relationship of his parents. Captures the energy of this week perfectly, which we'll elaborate on later. But that's Venus Uranus right there. He had to go through time in order to fix the relationship between the people that created him. The Leo, Square, back Venus to the future. Relevant. Also, those understand? Leo, from the perspective of Leo, what sign is the back?
What sign is the back?
Yeah.
Aquarius.
Leo is the front. Right. What sign is the future?
Aquarius. Back to the future.
Right. That's crazy.
It's the program.
It's the program. Back
All
to the
part of the program.
Knowledge, you had some clips you wanted to share, right? Wow. Because the chart of this movie is crazy. Crazy.
I've just been spending time in the subway, riding in circles, thinking in circles. There's no way out.
To the circles, step into the ring. Look into my eyes, Adam is everything. The source of the rays that adorn every king. Let's slow down into the feathers and the wings. Solar corona crown, be the space that I bring. I make my own light every day when I sing. Show love, live life, alright, and get gnosis. Spirals everywhere with Christ and hypnosis. Yo, peacock, spreading cars, elemental epilogue, lion's man halo, fireplace rainbow, spiral taste tornado. There's a slow motion brainstorm with these fingertips, sick of the abyss of these thoughts I let you linger with. Slice the fruit pattern, snowflakes from Saturn, snow globe, gnosis rose, the word is close, captured from the depth of line umbrella shrine, ink wide arrangement clock, antikythera ever measure with the nebulas, intelligent interstellar dwellers in the retina, grooving the algorithm, stars cruising in the lexica, Gnostic circle, God is birth, you riding on the cosmic tunnel, common journal, logic, brittle time is in Islamic journal, chilling up the corn, chilling on the corner, building in the form of a square with 4 quarters, welcome to Pan's Labyrinth, man's a symphony, hip hobby, living trophy, get to know me, give you more than eugenics, programming solar stargate goalies, there's no place like home, go ahead and get cozy, magic carpet, matter target, time machine, mind supreme, planisphere, chandelier, astrolabe, active states, coliseum, garden, need him, solar polar, border, nova, soul control to navigate, human race, moving grace, sacred flower, super bass, CD player, track of faith, the mothership, doesn't skip obsidian, meridian, music cake, magic play, Christmas, wreath, limp to teach, grind up a hidden sheep, circus top, purpose sharp, serpent die, heard the knock, burst the lock, destinies, the wheels, a returning clock, book of life, prophesize, compass, God, watch the skies, prophesize, 7 cherries, place in the prophet spot, life circle, Bible girl, the great equator, waistline, planetary fruit, vocabulary, nature, grapevine, spider web, $1 eggs, skanky flower, baby powder, stardust, coke, in the sphinx's note. It's so hard not to be awoke. Circle 7, swastika, planet hopper, candelabra, alkaline thermometer, mama the theater, cycle, encyclopedia, botanica, zodiac, Mandela effect, Star Wars, the leukemia, fingerprint the God, and Mercury is the media. I'm sending them the press. Mercury's the finger, and the fingers used to press the stamp of approval on reality you left. Amazing your hand, that's your race, let it digest. Supernova persona, roller coaster composer, better than sound sculpture, merry-go-round culture, fire dance, tribal chant, pinwheel abortion, chariot of spiders, acrobatic tigers, steady balanced in my cipher, sun disc, golden rod, golden year, chronosphere, golden compass, yellow brick, road is clear, thunderdome, mothership, your sun is home, loving it, golden M arches added up, it equals marches but a dot, marches but a shot, 7 up, figure spinner in the wind that never stops. Welcome to the circle, step into the ring, look into my eyes, Adam is everything, the source of the rays that adorn every king, wow, let's slow down into the feathers in the rings, solar corona crown, read this page that I bring, I make my own light every day when I sing, show love, live life, alright, and get gnosis, spirals everywhere with Christ and hypnosis.
Perfect. Perfect. I haven't taken that journey in a while. Christ and hypnosis. Everybody is. Cross within the spiral. Not just a circle,
Yeah, this is
it's a spiral.
right.
You keep spinning.
Yeah, this is the shape of the universe, a spiral.
Exactly.
So in life, when things begin to spiral out of control, we have to look back to go forward. So these aspects of looking back or going back to look forward in the African cosmology is known as Sankofa. It's represented by the Sankofa bird.
Yes.
Looking back to move forward, right? So one is going in one direction and the other is going in the other direction, like the double-headed eagle in the same space. So the clock tower or the Masonic Lodge or the Grand Lodge is there by the clock. And that bell tower has that symbolic space of a church house. In that cosmology of finding a lighthouse, finding a church house, finding a space that was a sanctuary for those seeking refuge. So for those on the run, they could find safe passage there. So the lodges that we created, like the churches that we created, like the schools that we created, serve the same purpose. In that same space of the womb space, like the womb space of the mind. So traveling back through that triple
Bodies,
state of
churches,
darkness.
schools, hospitals, libraries. All of them. All of them.
Right. So he's going back through the womb to go to a time to find himself and to find his family moving forward.
No, that's crazy. You say he's going back through the womb. Literally, he went back in time to before he was born
Yeah,
to meet his mother back through the womb.
right. So he has a total recall moment by going back through the womb because he chose his parents in the physical world. We missed that. We missed the fact of the contract that's created from celestial to terrestrial, that we chose our parent. His father was sitting next to him and didn't know him because he forgot himself.
Mm-hmm.
Savage is one who has lost the knowledge of himself and is living a beast life. So he's showing himself in a state where he was uncivilized because he was a savage and a slave of mental death and power. So he forgot himself so he could be subjected to oppression. So this oppressive state that he didn't remember himself, remember his power, remember that he's not a subject.
Right.
So he's going back to regain his power. And remember what they call this throughout the film. Why do you have on this life preserver? So, when y'all teach about law and going through what has a standing in law and how to present yourself in your proper person, you're taking us back through the womb beyond the certificate of what, Kai? Certificate of live birth. So the anchor and the arc become significant. So we're looking to navigate from tumultuous water to more into a peaceful harbor. So he wanted to return his family to a time that was righteous before him, but not just his family, his extended family with Doc, because Doc was in the mansion. When he went back in time to see him, he was in the mansion. And the wizard had owned most of that town that they were in. Most of the land belonged to that one family, right? So we go back to the Wizard of Oz, we see that that was the land of Oz for him. He owned that town. They killed them all and took control of that town. Then the trader made an instant orientation saying they would receive more gold for their labor, more than they were earning in the old country. Did they receive more gold? No, but they got a Goldie.
They got Goldie.
They got a Goldie, right?
They definitely got Goldie.
Right. So he was there as an instant apprentice when he seen him in that time, because the time was important. Because you were talking about the compass, and in the space with the compass, he's circumnavigating his way around. So he had to orient himself to the day and time that he was in because he didn't know what time he was in or where he was. And he was right where he was supposed to be, unbeknownst to him, but it took time for him. But the children, we in Leo season, right? The children knew exactly who he was, that he came from another time.
Wow.
He was an alien to that time. So the
Uranus.
novelty, right? The novelty where he was showing his father, the son showing the father, like, look, Pa, he's an alien. This is where he came from. And he's telling his extended family, his caretaker, where the place where he could explore, because he's an alchemist. And he was too ahead of his time, even in his time. So indiscriminate to the time that he was in, him being the life preserver, they were not ready for him in any time that he was in. So he went there, and how did he go there? He went there alchemically with the usage of sound. So breaking the sound barrier, if you go back and look at the Wiz, she broke the sound.
The force traveled Jupiter through sound thought.
Right.
And Uranus and Taurus is breaking sound as well.
That's right. That's right.
So he's there in the womb. And he didn't find an answer in his father, but he found an answer in his mother. She knew who he was without knowing who he was. The closeness to him, the akin, even an attraction that was there. So as
Orthodox attraction, Uranus square Venus to the child Leo, with child of the future, Uranus.
So he's saying he's there to correct this one issue of the past because his mother and his family no longer looked at his father the way that he was. They saw what he had become, a subject.
One man say no McFly has ever become anything in this town.
Right.
It never will.
With a name like McFly.
Right. And you see the wings is right there. That's a bird. That's not a car.
Right. It's a phoenix rising from the ashes. It's a phoenix rising from the ashes, a reclamation tool. Because at the end of the film, he was like, don't we need, what about the road? He said, where we're going, we don't need any roads.
Right.
And he flew. At the end of Matrix 1, after Neo really came out of the womb and was reborn, he could fly. McFly. And the date that was on there was February the 8th, 1998.
There it is again.
And if y'all remember Kill Bill, they was the crazy 88.
Mm-hmm. Eight is
I
killed.
mean, that has a German fraternal reference also with 88 HH, because that's the whole internment camp, Nazi Germany, and how they were breeding child soldiers by taking away the connection between mother and child. That's where kindergarten comes from. So they were taking their soldiers and making them child soldiers from young through kindergarten. So the time where they're supposed to be with their mother is cut short. And they
German.
give them a subsidy. They give them welfare for that. It's called Kindergeld, kid money. So this is where WIC
You
and
said kid
welfare
money.
comes from.
You said kid money?
Kid money, Kindergeld. Yeah, kid money.
That's Venus.
Like
That's Venus and
child
Leo.
welfare.
Child Leo, money Venus. Right.
So through this reclamation period, he's going back to gain his identity. He's to gain his family identity, his family name. So all of this is interconnected. And
And
he's
flies
using
lost their way.
right. He's seeking to reclaim the righteous name of his benefactor, the doctor, who was a royal too. So by reclaiming his own identity and the identity of his family, he does the same with him because he became a laughingstock and a recluse. He had to remind him how he got that scar on his head. So it looks like babblings. It looks like things are all over the place, but he's always on time. In fact, he's always ahead of time.
Right.
But then in the time and
Matter of
space that
fact,
he appears to be behind time. He's like, oh, this is great. He was like, I'm successfully 15 minutes behind time. He's like, so Marty's like, what? He's late for school. So
15
this
minutes.
story,
Hold on. I got a chart for
yeah,
that. Hold on. Hold on. I got a chart for that. Pull up the chart of the movie. Because what you said again corresponded so well. Amanda, you still with us? This right here.
I can't see the screen. I still see. I don't know. Let me refresh. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm about to pull up the chart for the movie, right? So we know that the sun being at the Lions Gate. And what did you just say? You said something about 15 minutes?
yeah, 15 minutes.
15 minutes, right? Corresponds
Wow.
to the sun at 15 degrees. But this chart of the movie, watch how it brings to life what we're currently talking about now. So beautiful. and also everything in knowledge. You describe it perfectly. It's crazy too how Aquarius, right? Aquarian in the future puts Capricorn, which is the old man, and the clock tower. The building, the clock, and the old man, Capricorn, right? The grandfather clock in the 12th house in order for him to go to the future. Right, right. So now look, Jupiter, travel, long distance travel. Can you see it where it's at? Jupiter in this chart is at 15 degrees of Aquarius, right at the Aquarius gate, exactly at the opposite degree of where the sun, right, watch, the child, the sun, he's the sun. The sun at 15 degrees Leo. Jupiter travel in this chart is at 15 degrees of Aquarius at the Aquarius gate, traveling into the future, Jupiter in Aquarius, right? But it's not just that. Check this out. Uranus in this chart is 14 degrees, almost 15 degrees of Sag. So that's mutual reception. It's a flip. Jupiter is the ruler of Sag. Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius. So Uranus is right in the middle of Sag. And Sag is ruled by Jupiter, which is in the middle of Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus, which is in the middle of Sag. You get the point, right? Both meaning traveling into the distant future or past, right? Out of time. And both aspecting not only where the sun is today, but also where Jupiter is also, because Jupiter is currently 14 degrees of Taurus. Uranus in this chart is 14 degrees of Sagittarius. The sun, 15 degrees of Leo, and Jupiter in this chart, 15 degrees of Aquarius. Right? But then there's more, because Mars is 15 degrees of Cancer. Right? The nodes are 15. All the gates.
Which is where Jupiter is now, right?
You said what?
Which is where transit Jupiter is
Yeah,
now.
Jupiter, exactly. Jupiter was aspecting the nodes then. So like I said, we listen, we didn't just start talking about this. We got in the time machine. When we looked at that wheel, we got in the UFO, right? We got in the time machine and we went back, because the way this corresponds is too exact. Jupiter is exactly now where the nodes were then. Jupiter then is exactly opposite where the sun is now, right? And then we have Mars at 15 degrees of Cancer, Cancer being the vessel vehicle, right? And not only that, but
And
it's
isn't
the family.
the 15th degree of Aquarius, the Leo Duad?
Yeah, like the sun of today at 15 degrees of Leo is the Aquarius plot,
Right.
right?
Wow.
Everything's flipped. And then we got Uranus at 14 degrees of Sag, aspecting Jupiter and the sun now, right? And Uranus is in the 5th house of where the sun is now. So it's the child going to the future, right? Which is the same thing as Jupiter opposite the sun. Like it echoes in so many different ways here. It's crazy. Mars at 15 degrees of Cancer, right? Showing him going to the past, because Mars is the direction that you're heading. Cancer is the past, right? Cancer is also the family. the truth of the matter is, here's what's crazy about it. He didn't go to another location. He went to a different time in the same place that he was already in. He didn't go to another place. He went to a different time. He never left the same town, right? He was around his same family in the same space, in the same place, in a different time. He wasn't an alien because he came from another planet. He was an alien because he came from another time, which is another planet.
Which is what an alien is.
Yeah. Which is why anybody didn't go into that Aquarius energy, Aquarius rising, Uranus rising, all of that, out of time, right? Out of sync with the current timeline. There are people, see, here's the thing. Everybody that comes into a body isn't coming from the same space, from the same place, from the same time, right? Everyone isn't coming. Everyone here is not in the same time. There are people occupying the same material, seemingly the same material plane of existence, who are in completely different time frequencies, simultaneously, right? Because of where they're vibrating. The Uranus vibrates, and that's why he had to reach a certain speed in order to break, the barrier to go through time. He had to vibrate fast enough, and needed the lightning too. That was necessary. Mars and Cancer going back into the past in order to meet his mother with the son and his father before his own birth. Now, Knowledge, where were you going? I'm about the driver's seat for a minute. Give you back the wheel. See where you was going with it. But this describes
Opening the chakras is an intense experience, and once you begin this process, you cannot stop until all 7 are open. Are you ready?
In his own miraculous way, through science, because science is also God's creation. There's nothing that is not God's creation. Science is also a part of God's creation.
This is the science of the zodiac.
Planet is a record, they disrespected the groove, twisted history like some comedical yoga moves from society. I crept off quietly, so removed. Full moon of Libra, so yeah, you know the move. And when I'm headed your way, you know the move. You know I'm so smooth, cause I'm so resilient. Godzilla, Billy D, brilliant. My Colt 45 is all the way live. The coat is the goat that grows in your wives. That lightning bolt strike I evoked in the rise. Add 4 plus the 5, 9 months I'm by your side. Get that itch light switch bright, glow it in your spine. Let your chakras unwind like it's summertime. I'm the voice of the universe spoken in your mind. Focus all the time, it is I, the planet watcher. Orchestrate the universe, planning my shahada. Islam is mathematics, you ain't handling it proper. God, Don, daughter, Allah, the Godfather. My ranks beyond Shabba. On your brain, bomb dropper, unexplained Sam Ganja. Verses in the burning bush, spoken smoke signals. I cough and blow sitters with herb. I spoke symbols, create the tree of life in cloud rings. I made the Kabbalah and heard the crowd sing. That King's Hunter, spread your wing chart top and you spit that art proper, indigenous heart doctor. You gotta love it, free Jews for the public. Each song's a university, no school isn't bucket. Son of a widow, the soul's in the window. The sun remains moving, never slowing up the tempo. since the 90s, blowing in my Nintendo. Duck hunting, and then we got older. Some of us learned to duck while others became soldiers. Suffering slave quarters, my tongue could break boulders. Aquarius is the flood of Noah. That spring closure, everyone is discovering truth. A flood of Noahs, drowning out the noise. With rhythm you enjoy, watch the love take over. St. Croix to Illinois. What good's a job if you spiritually unemployed and mentally you're destroyed? Biblical makeover, I'm flipping your brains over. Lyrical flamethrower that's hitting your Range Rover. La Cosa Nostradamus, my natal promise. I'm keeping these angels honest, awakened to God, dreaming in the matrix of a goddess till my name is Colossus. All I see in the season, the Cyclops, the breeds, the divine process. I'm bringing you food you never had yet. Found them in skinny jeans, turn them into adepts. Climbing up the path steps, you studying the craft yet. The world's a great temple, one mystery school. You came here to study, you're a mystery to you. Islam, 361, this is what we do.
That is going to transform the entire world, entire human race. You will be born again from the flesh to the spirit.
Once set in motion, these chakras reveal themselves as beautiful lotus flowers that unfold to tell the story of your relationship with the divine.
If I've been scheduled to die, I've decided to live. Inhale fresh air, exhale the toxins.
Because it's God speaking to bones that were dry, lifeless, and hopeless, and God breathed His life into them.
Hey yo, into forever, end of the terror. Witness the weather, I injure into terror. Come witness the hidden treasure, Masonic forbidden measure. My DNA's a spiral staircase that spins forever. I draw a mental picture that's deeper than MC Escher. Can a devil fool a Christian nowadays? Listen, yes sir. Dressed in the best fun, blessed the native arrows. Tomahawk, conscious thought, reawakened in the barrels. Decked in the latest apparel. I figure skate in the battle, demonstrate the figure eight. My pimp hands, gorilla way your limp hand. Mental quicksand, let the wheels create like gears on the clock. Spin slow as time innovates. Sharp shooting, hit a tin can from a different state. Connect scenes above the jet stream. I'm here to liberate, lift the gate, obliterate anything that you didn't hate. Giving back the real estate, getting back your real estate. Native chief praying for peace to clean the villain slate. The world's no spinning ball. Let me reveal the shape. Guns drawn, all the wall up in the way I illustrate. Justice comes with being yourself. How you ain't feeling fake? Ignore the elephant. I cast a spell at random. Solar Hannibal, I stop once the ceiling shake. Tree of life, peeling grapes, hidden fate will escape. Ace of spades, I'm the red card that sealed the dealer's fate. You can't kill me, I am the truth. You tried before, I'm the law, and my life is the proof. It doesn't matter, I recycle all the lives that you shoot. I'm the floor beneath it all with my eye on the roof. You can't kill me, I am the truth. You tried before, I'm the law, and my life is the proof. I bring back each life you execute like a fresh in hell, walk from all of Hey yo, Morris Castle chessboard. You should give me accolades like queens with strong heels with more arches than a national lave. Black race guessing history. I'm the past brigade, eyes wide shut. Take a tour through the darkness. Pirates in the mist, bring our swords to the harvest. The geometry of man is recorded in the starfish. Think I'm convinced my wings just grew an inch. Blood of an ink and prints. Study the ink I print. My purple was strong enough it could summon the fingerprints. Guitar palmistry, study fingerprints. A lost artistry discovered, get a glimpse of eternity personified. Rappers get sodomized. How you not surprised at events that I just prophesized? Genetic godified MC, hopped out to Spotify. You wanna test me? Give it the yo college try. My university is the universe of me. It's lonely in the new world when you're the first to see. So rebirth of the seed, renew my earth degree. Solar returns, I hope that you learn to stop killing what you can't make feelings of one concern. Police bullets engrave the names of the innocent. I understand their fear, I relate to their sentiments. The most depressed are the ones who enforce it. The spring of life, flow of love, running from my faucet. My memory was waiting, I discovered when I lost it. Breath of light everywhere, nothing can divorce it. Nothing can divorce it. Nothing can divorce it. You can't kill me, I am the truth. You tried before, I'm the law, and my life is the proof. It doesn't matter, I recycle all God before, I'm the Lord, and my life is the proof. I bring back His life, you execute like a fresh inhale, walk a mile in my boots.
His wind, His breath, His spirit to flood our lives, that the breath of God would descend over your mind and your thought life, that it would be sound.
In the 21st century, we are going to revive the Holy Spirit in all our lives. Then you will understand a miracle. Most people don't do miracles. Only a few people, because they live the Holy Spirit.
He's eternal, can't date him like a married man. I cross the gates of life and death and only carry sand. Lift your truck with one arm, now that's a caravan. How rappers gon' reach for the mic when they don't have no hands? Cut the lions, made exaggeration. With the cabin, that's decapitation, Captain Ancient. They hate the music, but they clap when y'all rich. Sell the looses, on the looses, that's the cap it all is. Take your best shot, I'm unscathed after y'all miss. I wasn't born, I'm the product of a Dragon Ball wish. Zodiac computer system making matter exist. I was bred to do the coding like you batter y'all fish. Anagram, a grammar, canon, all exists, did it exist. Treasure with the exits. Exercise the demons, did Pilates with the exorcist. Sharpest wizard left in this, complete the task, don't even ask him. Sees his ass beneath the trash, I rap below the waist like I shot them in the leg and hips. Sperm inside the egg and lips. Work your mind to search and find the secrets of the turning time. Serpentine, I'm serpent shine. It gets deeper, I'm the speaker with my serpent's mind. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. I'm so accommodating, in harmony with it all. And so the comments ate him. Rap snacks, real rappers in him, and so I calmly ate him. So iconic ain't him, jealous so they kinda hate him. Love is strong, the church of astrology, this is my congregation. I was spotted above, like giraffes inside a constellation. Connected, indoctrinated, Mr. Doctor Occupation, couldn't get his ops to face him. Operation Watch the Raven, don't it feel safe to finally figure out the combination? Happy yet, and that's a boxer with a calming Asian. Cut the beast's birth rate in half and call it condemnation. Think I'm taking over your gang? Let's gang is contemplation. Watch me, I salam and put your lips on my Converse. Now that's a conversation, a sign of confirmation. It's the iconic Mason. See me lyrically at the top, that's not the domination. Gotta race them, gotta trace them, gotta praise them, gotta raise them, gotta embrace them. Change is coming. He's the living Jew in jewelry, gotta praise them. Got equations, product placing, product pacing, product blazing, provocation. Copy on your college station, mental scene, server, independent stream, server, Kyle Holiak, Goku with a sense of being burger. Pop out with the spinners, dip, essential gene worker. It's the in-between earth that took your endless dream further. Cut to in the scene, worker. Come and get your team murdered by the in the gleam berber. My shine is immaculate, aligned with the math of it, designed with the master grip. And why they be forgetting that you rhymed if I'm after it? Get fried by the dragon spit, how high do I have to get? I saw a giant turtle when I climbed on the back of it, then populate the planet. It is odd, the Jurassic dictionaries, digits buried, words stored in the RAM. Like fortune cooking pearls, these gems are from the jaws of a clam. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen.
That was dope. Dope. Absolutely amazing.
Man, so yeah, all of those capture the energy so well. And I was he look, he's running with the car, right, fresh in hell. I was thinking, yo, rhyming on top of the car, performing on top of the car, so Leo with Cancer in the 12th. And the car was moving sideways like the flag.
Mm. One line that really stood out to me was when you was like, "What is a job when you spiritually unemployed?"
Mm.
That's exactly what I've been feeling. That right
Right,
there.
right.
Like, what was that one called? The first one?
The first one, man, you playing so many back to back.
Was the one was you was meditating at the end.
It was chakras unwind.
Chakras online.
Unwind.
Oh,
Back to the
is that
spiral again.
already? Or is that
Say it
some only
again?
knowledge born? I said, is that on your channel or is that some only knowledge born got?
No, it's on my channel. It's on my channel. Yeah. Speaking of that, we have a new exclusive tonight coming, right? So I want to make sure you're around for that because you always give, along with knowledge, of course, great analysis. You know,
Me or knowledge?
you, both of you,
Oh, I can barely hear you too. So I'm like, wait,
both of
what?
you. Oh, yeah, tell me if you tell me so I can, fix that. Both of
It's just
y'all.
the sound. It's just more like the sound of the frogs is like overpowering your voice sometimes.
I mean, there's too many of them. There's only one of me.
I
There's about
know. I know.
there's 1,000 of them. I'm surrounded.
I know. I'm just. I'm just saying.
Way too many. So real quick, there's one chart that we didn't touch that I want to pull up before we finish these slides. Right? There's an inch Michael J. Fox. We gotta get into the energy of those, like I would say, those who play these roles. The universe cast them into their role. Nobody on earth does. The universe cast them into their role because they have to, whatever role they play has to energetically correspond. Now watch this.
Even the person who ain't on TV too.
Yeah. So we see within the this is so crazy. From the Sun in Gemini, right? Sun in Gemini being a copy, right? Of what? Leo. Leo is ruled by Sun, right? So we see, look where Mars is. He has Mars where the Sun is now, right? Showing the embodiment of that Leo energy, the child of the future, right? Because we could also see that Uranus is also in Leo with Mars. So Mars Uranus is him going to the future. He was meant to do that. He has Mars and Uranus in conjunct in Leo, right? Going to which is highlighted by the energy currently. Because look, watch this. His Uranus is 22. Where is Venus and Uranus gonna square? Wait, you
Wow,
sound right.
stop. I was saying, wow, stop. Can't make it up.
Of all the places where Venus and Uranus to form that square is gonna be 22.
So Venus is exactly Kazemi his Uranus.
It's Uranus, right? Which is why we're talking about this.
Wow.
And the sun is a couple of degrees away from his Mars, so he has Mars right near the middle of Leo, right? Ruled by the sun, which is in Gemini, right? Father and son. And what did he have to do? He had to go to the past in order to help his father gain the courage to fight for his mother, to defend himself. Mars, right?
And also Jupiter. Look at that Jupiter in Aquarius. Square the moon.
Right, but
Going
look, check
into the
this
future
out.
for his mom.
That means what? He has Jupiter in Aquarius. Jupiter was in the movie came out, so he was having a Jupiter return. So we see how that echoed throughout as a role for years to come, right?
The Jupiter was at
Jupiter in
wasn't Jupiter at
Aquarius.
his ascendant?
Well, I don't know if that is ascended exactly. That's
Well,
what
not exactly, but yeah, it was
they
close.
say, but yeah. Um,
The movie, it was what? Jupiter was 15
Jupiter
Aquarius,
was
right?
15, exactly 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was meant to go to the future. You got Mars conjunct Uranus and Jupiter and Aquarius. Going to the future, you ain't got a choice. you play. You're gonna play the role of time traveling in some shape or fashion. See,
For his
somebody
parents.
could, right?
Ooh, seventh house.
Exactly.
Trying to save their marriage or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. To save their relationship. Like, I mean, it wasn't the original reason why he went, but why he had to stay.
Wow.
He had to stay there. He had to stay there to fix it. Otherwise, he didn't exist. His existence depended on his father's courage.
Could that also have anything to do with South Node with Chiron? Like having to go back into the past to heal something, fix something with his being that that's also the 10th house of his son.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, and in Pisces too, because like I said he was disappearing. You know what I'm saying? It was a race against time. Not fade away.
Wow. This is one intricate web.
Yeah, so it certainly is.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't want to go too deep into that because that there's so many layers to it. It goes on forever. The way it's all tied together. And now, if you have any more slides? There you go.
Remember, Bruce Zeroy said to Johnny, for one to seek safety, he must go into the heart of danger.
Mm-hmm.
Right before Shona walked in.
Mars and
and
Leo,
showed,
heart of danger.
and showed him the heart of danger. The reason why he even got into the DeLorean was because Doc had got killed and he was escaping the Iranians. So, in order for him to go to safety, he had to return back into the womb. He thought he was going into 1 minute into the future, and he went X amount of years into the past. So, while he was there in that space, he had to remember where he was to know who he was. He's there as an authority of a time to come, but he still has to orient himself in a time he never knew, but a time that he existed in, just in a different thought, different space or state of being. So the gleam in his eye, he was the gleam in his father's eye, and the gleam in his mother's eye. And in his time, they no longer looked at each other or considered each other in the same way that he was conceived. He was conceived from that look. He was conceived from that courage. He was conceived from that space. That's why he was so bold. So his father was one who told the line with authority, and his mother forgot how wild she was.
Mm-hmm.
So both of them had forgot
They
wow.
They were fading away. They were
Right.
losing themselves.
Nope, they were gone. They were gone. They weren't even faded. They were destroyed versions of themselves. They were them that was them was gone. So that
Empty shell.
renewal, right? So he saw himself fading away. So that gave him a sense of urgency, not knowing that he was recreating the cycle in the time that he was in.
Mm-hmm.
He had the same look in his eye with the girl that he was with. So the thing that stopped them was that car crash. Remember, the car had got crashed and he needed that car. So he had to go all the way back to go all the way forward. Yeah, so this was the trimesters.
I want to just say this real quick.
Go ahead.
When I was looking at the chart for the movie, I noticed the Mercury was at 5 degrees Leo, and that's my Mars. And I'm like trying to figure out, like, what is the connection? Because I know it's always a connection, right? And so you knowledgeable ruled by Gemini. I mean, by Mercury, because you're Gemini, right? Mercury, the Mercury of the movie on my Mars and Leo, the heart of danger. So just bring it up, like, made some things click for me. So
And as you see the actor here, he has Mars and Leo too, like you do.
right.
The whole
So
thing about the clock is y'all know in the adage it says time was where man was how does it go?
Time never was when man was not.
There we go. So this is an ancient concept that goes back to the Nile Valley. The governing force for time was Kansu. And Kansu is not malevolent or benevolent. Time is always on your side.
Yes,
So
it is.
And
he's
Khonsu
looking.
is a goat. Khonsu is a goat deity, Capricorn.
Capricorn, the timekeeper, the host of
Right.
hourglass.
So if y'all remember the scene in Ghost, the thing about the train was he was existing. Patrick Swayze's character, he was existing in a time where time stopped.
Mm.
He was no longer governed by the laws of the land of the physical world. Yet he existed there, beyond the veil. So he had to find one who was stuck in a time loop, and he didn't think about him being stuck in the time loop. He adapted to that, and that became his new reality.
Mm.
So he was there, and every day was new until he was confronted with something that reminded him of how he got there. Because he was a jumper. He jumped in front of the train, so that train became his place of eternity. He was the train man. And in the Matrix, he
Wow.
went from the train man to the conductor of the train man who had built that world that he existed in, and he was more powerful than Neo. He was like, down here, I make the rules. And he punched him in the chest. He said, down here, I'm God.
I'm God.
So that's the Osirian tradition where Asar goes to the underworld and he takes over the underworld. And he becomes the first ancestor. So he's a living entity that lived in the physical realm and now is immortalized in the underworld because he was the first one to transition to go beyond the veil. So his son
Wow.
is ruling in his place. So through his son, he's ruling in the physical world. So we have a familial relationship. And I wanted to add this in before you go, God, is this Jamie, what's his name? Michael J. Fox was famous for Family Ties.
Mm.
If you remember the show.
And he tied his family together.
Right. So their bond was their family. That was a tie that bonded them together. So this was a family tie. You know, and this is how you would have people together to go through an initiation. And family is an initiation. You were hoodwinked and cable told when you went through your rites of passage ceremony. You were bound together. So you went from your family and developed your nuclear family or the family that you operated outside of your family, the larger community, and y'all were bound by certain tasks that y'all were able to complete, but y'all had to complete them together. And if you did not pass that initiatory rite, you had to return to your mother's house and you would be considered a child in that space no matter what age you turned. And the opposite was true. If you passed that rites of passage, you had to leave your mother's house. You had to leave the womb and you had to begin to build your own house.
Because you were ready.
Right. So you could no longer be in that house. So he was stuck on that train in that loop because he jumped. So he took a life before it was time. So that life still had to play out. So he's played out beyond that realm, and he's telling the guy's name was Sam in the movie, Patrick Swayze. He was like, "You think I jumped?" So in that space, he was stuck. But in that space, he had learned through that experience, and he taught him how to be able to move things and affect matter in the physical world, even though he wasn't physically present. He was still present, and how to be present in that moment. So his effect was his father's effect back to this film, where he's going through and affecting things in the time, even though he wasn't physically present, he was still present in that space enough to give his father the courage to be able to do what he did on that night, because this is the night he was conceived. So his incarnation process began with that act. That's why everything had to take place in the way that it did, and nothing could be left to chance. Because if it was left to his father, he would have never been born.
Not at all.
Because he wouldn't have done what he needed to do when it was time. So when he was looking, if you remember, Biff had him in the arm bar and he was submitting. He was about to just let it go. And his hand balled up. He looked at his hand like, oh, I could do him in with this hand.
Mm-hmm.
So it looked like the power came from nowhere, but the power came from his pulling from the immaterial world, and that bearing of something propelled him to rip open that door and say, leave her alone. Because that was his wife. That was his wife. That was his future. That was his past, present, and future in that space, in that now, the power of the now. So he had to act right there in that space. And his son couldn't interfere. Remember, his son was out there looking, and he got there just in time to see his father lay him out because he was in the trunk.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't even get him out of the trunk. So they had to work and use the tools to get him out of the trunk. So then he could get there just in time to see his father intervene, because that was the natural order of things. But he didn't acknowledge his influence from sight unseen in those affairs.
Right.
There's a couple other movies that play into that. When we were building on this, there were examples that went into it. Deja Vu is another example that plays into, this cosmology as well. It's life repeating in cycles. So with the progression and the regression, we go on this loop from one space to another space. So it doesn't die, it simply changes form. So it went from one form to the next form, to the next form, to the next form.
Copy. Like him being with the sun in Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Copy. Repeating. Like the sun ruling Leo. We have Mars. It's interesting too, right here, right? Mars in the third position of the sun in Gemini is the hands, right? Mars in the third position is the Gemini position, as we talked about before. Mars is fighting, right? So, and the sun is one aspect of the father. Uranus has changed. He changed his influence, helped his father gain the courage in order to fight for himself,
right,
his family, in the future. He fought for his future. Mars Uranus, he fought for his future. And he continued fighting for God's future.
Go ahead.
I said he continued fighting for Doc's future.
Right. By getting him in position to learn a lesson from his past self. Remind him of from whence he came. That was important. Because when he came in there, remember when he went to the mansion to see him, he was like, come in. He's like, don't say anything. And he put the device to his head, and he had the crown on his head. And he was attempting to read his mind, to read his thoughts. This is where he was. He was attempting to read his thoughts. And he was like, you traveled from a long way. That was correct. The other details were spotty because he didn't want to know anything about the future.
Mm-hmm.
But his ass remembered to put on that vest.
He didn't want to know nothing.
He didn't want to know nothing about nothing.
Anytime he brought it up, he didn't want to know nothing about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But he
keep it to yourself.
Hey, he put that vest on though, that life preserver that he have on. You see what I'm saying? Because he was the life preserver.
Wouldn't have been no future to talk about.
Right. Right. So
don't tell me. We can damage everything.
Right. And that was wise. You know, that was wise. But he also took a lesson from it. Like, hold on, let me see. Let me have a look.
It was wise up to a point.
Right.
It's wise up to a point.
The other influences that was there, it was kind of on some Forrest Gump shit before we knew, Forrest Gump was on the thing. Like, he's there playing the guitar, so he's going through the timelessness of the guitar. So he starts off playing like a little soul, a little blues.
Yeah.
Then he gets in the rock. Then he gets a little Jimi Hendrix, and then, a buddy calls his cousin on the phone, and it's very what's his name? Chuck Berry. He calls Chuck Berry on the phone. The guy's name is Marvin Berry. He calls Chuck Berry on the phone. He said, remember that sound you're looking for? This is it. Mm-hmm. So it's showing this, hijacking in between time, how sounds is getting taken and manipulated. And it's a sly way of trying to give credit where credit is due, but taking ownership of it at the same time. So they got Johnny B. Good, George Thorogood, and they don't go back to, the originators of the sound and who actually had the songs, like Bad to the Bone and all that stuff. Those is old songs by elder artists, but when you hear them from the later artists, they don't present them like covers. They present them like it's their original work.
Speaking of songs, did you notice the first song that came on when the movie started?
I don't remember.
Power of Love.
There we go. Now, yeah.
That's the sun in Venus and Leo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There we go.
As
soon as you said it, I heard the whole thing. Because I could see the part where he's going in, he's feeding, he put the food out for Einstein, all of the whole stuff in there. You see what I'm saying? Like he's looking around at all the clocks and everything. So it's right there, but it's right in my left ear. Yeah.
Genius. Look, watch this. Power of Love. Sun in Venus and Leo. Venus, food, and the square to Uranus. Uranus represents technology. So he was feeding the dog with this strange technological contraption while he was listening to the Power of Love. It's all described right there, right? While he was secretly working on this whole plan to be able to go to the future. crazy. So with him, you know, they a balance of that Leo Aquarius energy. The youth and the wild mad scientist Aquarius. That's a natural balance right there.
Yeah, the habitual line stepper. Everybody had forgot what it was to love something, to love something and to do anything for it. So they respected him, but they wanted him to conform, and he wasn't going to conform. And
Ever.
that's another space of where the music is, it's non-conforming. So even when he's playing the song, he's like, this is an oldie, but then he remember what time he was in. He says, it's an oldie for me.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the states in regards to how timeless art is and how timeless music is, which is art, that can flow through any time and the message still be clear, not be lost in translation, even if we are. So they didn't get what he was wearing, because they didn't get what his purpose was, but his purpose was very clear. He was a life preserver. You know, it's like, is it gonna rain? Like, are you going to swim? Like, why do you got that life preserver on? So it goes to show the things about the time and the space and language, and how language changes over time depending on the influence of the dominant culture. He said, let me get a Pepsi free. You know, now it's like what, a Pepsi Zero or some shit like that, or diet, whatever it is. He's like, the guy said to him, let me see if I could just show the visual scene. I don't have to play it. I just think it was important that we see the visual really clear. So he's there in the spot where he sees his father, and he's so caught up on trying to get this damn Pepsi that he don't even recognize his own father. He's right there. He says, you want a Pepsi, pal? You're going to have to pay for it. He said, okay. He said, well, give me something with no sugar in it. And he puts a cup of coffee in front of him. So just like his father's time, he was getting bullied. His father's getting bullied. So that time becomes one and the same, as if no time has passed. So when he says McFly, they both turn around, if you remember that scene.
Mm-hmm.
They both turn around, and he hears his name being called just like his father, because Biff's son is his antagonist.
Right. It's a repeat. Son Gemini.
Down to the hand. You see the hand?
Yep.
Now look at Mayor Goldie in the background.
Gemini, the hand.
And he's there, and he's doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. That's that Y chromosome. It ain't changed too much.
The hand on the head. That like, yo, that right there is his chart. That Sun in Gemini with Mars, Leo.
You see the ruffians come in, right? It's Biff accompanied by 3 ruffians. You know, ain't no mistakes for this shit right here. They don't play around. So look at what energy he comes in and what color he got on.
You already know. Always.
So no. So he's there looking.
He got that red glow.
And he's like, Biff? But he sees his son. He sees the same guy that's fucking with him at school. His son, the same way. He sees him in the same kind of way. So he's looking at his dad, but he's looking at himself. So he's more pissed at himself, and he pushes it on his dad. So his dad rides away on that bike like the librarian who becomes the school teacher who becomes the Wicked Witch of the West in the Wizard of Oz. And he's like, Dad, I mean George. Hey, dude on the bike. So it was amazing. He tells the black dude, I don't know if you can see this or not. You can see this? The black dude says, why don't you stand up for yourself? And he hears Goldie from the guy behind the counter, and he's like, me, I'm taking night classes and I'm going to school and I'm gonna be somebody important. He said, I'm going to be, and he says, the mayor. And he doesn't reject that. He doesn't say, ain't no way in hell I'm gonna be the mayor. He said, mayor, yeah, I like the sound of that. What was the Wizard of Oz? He was a mayor. When he tells him, he says, hey, when he goes to his house, he says, you're from 1985. Who's the president? He says, Ronald Reagan. He said, the actor? That's what he says, right?
When he was
Cypher wanted to go back in the Matrix. He said he wanted to be somebody important. He said he wanted to be an actor or a governor.
Mm-hmm.
Ronald Reagan.
Right. Schwarzenegger.
Right. California. That's important, especially in August. So, all
the
of this
truth is they're all both.
Right.
If you travel around with cameras in front of you and read from scripts, you're an actor. You know, plain and simple.
He said, we playing Screen Gems, y'all playing B movies.
Exactly.
Your shoes untied, McFly. So that's what I had. I had a couple other things, but I mean, we kind of hit the point. So,
well, we hit the point where it's either time to go into the blueprint and hit them with the bomb. Hit them with the.
I think we could hit them with the blueprint and then have the God finale be the bomb.
Let's do it. We'll start with the blueprint.
Lionsgate, what does it mean? At the peak of your confidence where love is supreme. Center of the heart lies the sun and its beams. It's the weekly blueprint, light destructive machines. 88 Lionsgate, what does it mean? At the peak of your confidence where love is supreme. Center of the heart lies the sun and its beams. It's the weekly blueprint, light destructive machine. Lionsgate portal got them jumping through hoops. At the peak of our confidence, we hunger for the fruits of our labor, giving birth. Who can stomach the truth? Lilith's Venus still the meanest, witches fly over brooms. Couldn't miss the wedding on the dark side of the moon. Before she touched Uranus, that's colliding with doom. That's a lightning bolt strike to hit your flying balloon. The bring change like depression, holding gifts you wasn't used to. You don't see the value once you do the oldest new. While we staring at the past with our backs to the future, tones turn to stones, looking back at Medusa, Mercury and Jupiter. Many thoughts confusing you. Shiva arms, seeds in their palms from light flowers. Graduated from a mind state with flight powers. Many jobs, travel plans, thoughts of nostalgia. Zodiac cul-de-sac, memory lane. Turn the key to your heart and let it empty the pain. Sunsets over love affairs that meant to became. Sun and Venus sung the sweetest tune that's meant to remain. There's no key can fix a broken lock. It's hopeless to not feed your inner child love and watch it grow to the top. Leo season keep on gleaming as you glow in a knot. Lionsgate, what does it mean? At the peak of your confidence where love is supreme. Center of the heart lies the sun in its beams. It's the weekly blueprint, light destruct the machines. 88 Lionsgate, what does it mean? At the peak of your confidence where love is supreme. Center of the heart lies the sun in its beams. It's the weekly blueprint, light destruct the machine.
Real quickly to go through this breakdown. We starting with this change energy that we've been describing, this back to the future, this futuristic Uranus, and the past. So the goal is the future. Now watch this, because Uranus was in the top of that square, right, in Taurus. Going to the past and being in the past was for the purpose of what was to come. It was for the purpose of changing things for the future. So sometimes you have to go back, Venus retrograde, in order to fix some things that you're going to need in the future, right? So from there, we got Mercury and Jupiter. And Mercury and Jupiter is going to expand the mind. It's extending your travel, extending your reach. It's many arms, it's multitasking, right? It's the answer to many questions all at once. It's many opportunities, it's many different possibilities. It's overthinking, right? It is elevating and ascending and never sinking. And then we have the sun and Chiron, right? So this is a lot of healing going on in relationship issues this week. Starting with Venus, Uranus, which is make it, break it, right? Breaks things apart, brings them together, right? Sun, Chiron, the healing of the heart, and the sun and Venus following that, right? And so these energies are going to cause you to have to focus on things that you need to fix within yourself, things that hurt you based on your own personal wounds and issues. Because what hurts somebody else, when somebody's kryptonite isn't necessarily yours. You Superman in certain places, right? Everybody got a different kryptonite. Everybody's got a different weakness. Everybody has a different detriment. Every animal has a strength and it has a weakness. So Chiron and Aries is focusing on where you need your own personal doors unlocked with the key of truth, right? So the sun in Chiron makes us aware. It's the wounds of the inner child, right? It makes us aware and able to repair through the creativity that we share. And then we have the sun and Venus meeting. Venus going backwards, the sun going forward, and then meeting in Leo, right? Which is a beautiful energy in the middle of two Chiron events. Because then we have Venus following up and doing the same thing that the sun did with Chiron, which is going to do again when it goes direct, right? So there's a lot of healing energy going on, there's a lot of focusing on the heart, a lot of focusing on relationships and money and self-value above it all. The relationship with yourself heals everything, right? Whatever you're experiencing relative to any other person, situation, what you have, don't have, what you need, what you're missing, all of that is all modified to a certain degree based on the relationship your spirit has with your body, based on the contract that your soul has to matter, based on the perspective that you take and send the amount of value that you have for yourself, the self-love you have, the more is the armor, right? The more that you value yourself, the more you appreciate your own creative gifts. The more that you see the fruits that grow on the tree of you, the less you are affected in ill ways with this energy, and the more that you benefit because the value comes from your own heart, right? You don't have to go a million miles to go into a cave to find the gold, because the gold is inside of you. The gold is in your own creativity. The gold is in your own heart. And the gold is the goal, right? So with that being said, now we went back and then we took it to the future. We're gonna hit them with an exclusive, something that you ain't used to. Because we talked about the sun and the wheel and the clock, the spiral, the cross, we're all connected. But now we're gonna take it to the flower. Because the flower is also the wheel. Flow, the flower, the pinwheel, the spin wheel, the spin wheel. There's a spirit that is trapped within your skin cells. It's all crazy. See how this blows upon your chin field. Knowledge over there looking. Studying Gemini, like he got 1,000 books in. Lyrically, I'm cooking. Letting flow with the tide, letting me pulling while I'm pushing. Moving with the Bushmen. Blowing some more cushion while I'm seated on the cushions. Saying that we couldn't. Now they gotta look again. Smiling with a crooked grin. With a fresh inhale, exhale, hoping that you took it in. See the trajectory in the direction that the bullet spin. Ancestors that's within you, so you're fully kin. Willie Jin. Knowledge born. You know what that means? It means you're looking at the bulletin. Are we ready yet? Are we celebrating? Do they?
Luckily, I know I'ma show you the glow that bursts buttily. We give so we live as Lord. These thoughts come to me like bees to the flower of life. They all loving me. They all loving you is loving me. I show it so I grow it. I got that rich wit, I guess I ain't a poet. Grass in the garden of Eden, they never mow it. Beheaded, the heroic, excellent, the poet was mine. Drew blanks like a weapon that isn't loaded. The original man suspended in sand and never voted with your solar powered selves. His dress is so inappropriate. Sue and Ty, who am I? Spell is nearly over. Shame covered. Saints stutter two-stepping about the coma. Wearing dancing shoes from playing in groups. Sweating my corona, knocking bottles, sun glare around the head of a composer. Incredible speech mode, the intelligent seed grower. Honor mother and father, so the dead are giving closure. Cells that in your coma, ship smell, made the aroma flip. My nose knows better, take a whiff of this myth. Well crafted, hell package, this luminous gift. Soul is deep sea diving in this music abyss. Merman, burst dams, moving the fish. Global earth sham, birth scam, certificate twist. Yeah, who covered our frame in buttery flames. When the skin of men, cinnamon sticks that made women grin. Obelisk novelist to this pencil I'm chained. Celebration, libation, cry raining from the sky. Kingdom of heaven, I be raining from above. Elevation campaign, this is mental champagne. Interesting, then again, what have you gained? Killing everything in nature while you running from pain. Bought a karma from the trees of life, cut from their veins. Mighty rivers like the swimming in the love that you drain. Son of man, I got Uncle Sam's blood on my mane. Lying of the future, apple of my eye, still biting through computers until it's all leaving. While we still breathing, yo, it's in your hand already. Why you still reaching? Gave Steve Jobs that work, thought luck was fully loaded when it knocked on your dome. You get the point like a bullet, I'm on top of my throne. With a chisel, quiz, a riddle, etch my knowledge in stone. My, oh my, how a Naga is grown. Take a bow, take the vow, pop your collar, you home. Who's the answer? Instagram out, running your mental stamina. The picture ain't loaded yet, the bridge ain't over yet. My mind's a trailer park full of visions that ain't show me yet. Couldn't believe that I seen you almost broke your neck, twisting on your yoga deck. Untied themselves from difficult positions just to greet me and to show respect. You isn't I am, it's just that span into a rule of go. Measure the unthinkable again, though it's harder to pardon the unforgivable. I can. I'm in Dios, indigo light trio, living beneath this meatloaf chosen by the beast ghost to ride us back. The kind of rap shining from your street post to light a dark alley of light. The God marry, put it in the museum. The mic the God carry, Indian lunar plan that didn't pollute the land. Indian independent, that computer command. You scared to enter influencer, that's sick of the influencer that's hidden. You're in a splendid intuitive light bender, removing your Christ sense and passing future exams. Planet reader, glad to meet you. I'm spitting your Hoover Dam. Kyle L, Star Child, indigenous Superman that's listening to the plans to deliver what you demand. Get used to this bliss, my shoes don't miss the next paradigm. I'm the only proof that exists. Yo, we gotta live in tune with the moon to live comfortably. Gotta have our hands in the land to be money free. So with your hands in the air in good company, enjoy the bright rays of the sun that shines suddenly. I spit love, my gold is yours. Luckily, I know I'ma show you the glow that burns buttily. We give so we live as Lord. These thoughts come to me like bees to the flower of life. They all loving me.
I gotta get the KB breakdown.
Kai Zodiac and he dropped the bomb. The bomb. The B-O-M-B. The bomb. The bomb. Yo, this epic extra celestial. They be looking for extraterrestrials. They be
Celestial.
missing the extra celestials that are going on. This extra celestial offering is something that is rhythmically mesmerizing and cosmically delicious. You understand what I'm saying? This is Kai and the key of life. That Stevie Kai Wonder meant. The rhythmic tones and vibes is reminiscent of the Earth, Wind, and Fire music magic that aligned us in space to begin to look at ourselves again and our true homes. So the pulse that is hitting, the vibratory rate, the life force encapsulated in the sound, in the tone. That true power of love. Like we said, the Back to the Future. This is the true power of love. Back to the heart, back to the head, back to the transformation, the transfiguration. I was speaking earlier about Jesus. He went up on the mountain to pray, and when he came down from the mountain, he saw his disciples sleep, and when they woke up, they didn't recognize him. He had a remnant about his head because he was transfigured. They didn't know him from the disciples that was with him. So when the Judas factor came in, he said, whomever I kiss is the one. So the only person that could recognize him was the one who had came for his demise, who had came from his fall. Even though he was transfigured, he could recognize him. So like that scene was shown up in Bruce Leroy. He said, Zeroy. Zonuff said to Zeroy, you all warmed up yet?
You all warmed up yet?
He didn't want him coming at him cold. He wanted him in his groove. He wanted him in that fight response because he only saw him in
confidence. Leo is fire. Warmed up yet?
Yeah, he wanted him in his confident state. He wanted his best self. And I think that if he would have seen those cats jumping on him, he would have intervened. And they would have been fighting back to back because he wanted him to himself. He wanted his best him. Just like I Am Legend, the guy that wanted Dr. Robert Neville, he was chilling the people to get to him, his own people. I had a breakdown and it was about the woman on the table. It had nothing to do with her. It had everything to do with him wanting to be the one that vanquished him or turned him into them. So this is what it was about. Because he pointed to the table in I Am Legend. He said, I can save you. If he wanted to be fixed, he could have got fixed. But if he didn't want it to be fixed, he had Musa for him. The 2 sticks of dynamite in the form of that grenade. He was the cure for them. But to them, he was a sickness. So to bring it back to this flower of life, this flower is the cure for the sickness, but it tastes like poison to those who love poison that tastes good.
That was well said. I feel like we need to take that journey again. It's
I was
still
about
ringing
to
in
go
my
right
head.
back to it. I was about to go right
Yeah.
back to it.
It's still in my head. I'm still hearing it. I don't even hear the frogs no more. All I hear is the humming.
Let's go.
We gotta live in tune with the moon to live comfortably. Gotta have our hands in the land to be money free. So with your hands in the air in good company, enjoy the bright rays of the sun that shines suddenly. I spit love, my gold is yours. Luckily, I know I'ma show you the glow that bursts abundantly. We give, so we live. It's Lord. These thoughts come to me like bees to the flower of life. They all loving me. They all loving you is loving me. I show it, so I grow it. I got that rich wit. I guess I ain't a poet. Grass in the garden of Eden, they never mow it. Beheaded the heroic, excellent the poet was mine. Drew blanks like a weapon that isn't loaded. Original man suspended in sand that never molded. With your solar powered selves, dressing so inappropriate. Sue and Ty, who were mine, spellers nearly over. Shame covered, saints stutter, two-stepping about the coma. Wearing dancing shoes from playing in groups. Sweating my corona, not the bottle, sun glare. Around the head of a composer, incredible speech mode, the intelligent seed grower. Honor mother and father, so the dead are giving closure. Cells that in your coma, ship smell, made the aroma flip. My nose knows better, take a whiff of this myth. Well crafted, hell package, this luminous gift. Soul is deep sea, diving in this music abyss. Merman, burst dams, moving the fish. Global earth sham, birth scam, certificate twist. Yeah, who covered our frame in buttery flames. When the skin of men, cinnamon sticks that made women grin. Obelisk, novelist, to this pencil I'm chained. Celebration, libation, crowd raining from the sky. Kingdom of heaven, I be raining from above. Elevation campaign, this is mental champagne. Interesting, then again, what have you gained? Killing everything in nature while you running from pain. Bought a karma from the trees of life, cut for their veins. Mighty rivers like the swimming in the love that you drain. Son of man, I got Uncle Sam's blood on my mane. Lying of the future, apple of my eye, still biting through computers until it's all leaving. While we still breathing, yo, it's in your hand already. Why you still reaching? Gave Steve Jobs that work, thought luck was fully loaded when it knocked in your dome. You get the point like a bullet, I'm on top of my throne. With a chisel, quiz, a riddle, etch my knowledge in stone. My, oh my, how a Naga is grown. Take a bow, take the vow, pop your collar, you home. Who's the answer? Instagram out, running your mental stamina. The picture ain't loaded yet, the bridge ain't over yet. My mind's a trailer park full of visions that ain't show me yet. Couldn't believe that I seen you almost broke your neck, twisting on your yoga deck. Untied themselves from difficult positions just to greet me and to show respect. You isn't I am, it's just that span into a rule of go measure the unthinkable again. Though it's harder to pardon the unforgivable, I can. I'm in Dios, indigo light Rio, living beneath this meatloaf chosen by the beast ghost to ride us back. The kind of rap shining from your street posters, light a dark alley of light. The God marry, put it in a museum. The mic the God carry, Indian lunar plan that didn't pollute the land. Indian independent, that computer command. You scared to enter influencer, that's sick of the influencer that's hidden. You're in a splendid intuitive light bender, removing your Christ sense of passing future exams. Planetary, glad to meet you. I'm spitting your Hoover Dam. Kyle L, Star Child, indigenous Superman that's listening to the plans to deliver what you demand. Get used to this bliss, my shooters don't miss the next paradigm. I'm the only proof that exists. Yo, we gotta live in tune with the moon to live comfortably. Gotta have our hands in the land to be money free. So is yours, luckily. I know I'ma show you the glow that burns brightly. We here, so we live as Lord. These thoughts come to me like bees to the flower of life. They all loving me.
That's trance music. Trance
It
music.
made me look at and reflect on something you said earlier. The portals. Somebody came through the portal and they're leaving the portal. Somebody leaving the portal at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So Sean Price, his transition day is today. So he exited the portal today. Kumo D of the Treacherous 3 entered the portal today.
Mm.
He entered the portal today in 62. Megan Good entered the portal today in 81. Countess Vaughn entered the portal today on 78. And Marsha Ambrosius of Flower Tree entered the portal on today.
Flower Tree.
Flower Tree, right. So this is a time of reflection. And they're celebrating the life. They celebrated the life of Sean Price today. And lives are being celebrated, and the lives that forever changed in regards to his influence and his rhythmic, lyrical capability to be able to morph in front of our eyes. He went from Sean Wiggins to Sean Price to Sean P.
Big transformation. Became a whole nother type
Big
of
transformation. Right.
Huge transformation.
And that saved Duck Down Records.
Without a doubt.
And created Ruck Down Records.
Right.
So these portals are essential once you tap into your potential. You become historical and monumental. Hey, my man, what it look like?
What it look like? So you know what's crazy? What I said in that song, and it, of course, man, that was from 2016, right? But for that to pop up in alignment with today and everything we're talking about, and for me to say in the song Lion of the Future, Lion of the Future, Leo season, right? And the whole theme today is going back to the future, right? Lion of the Future. Apple of my eye, right? Because the apple is Taurus. Taurus is the apple. Uranus, which is the future, is in Taurus, square Venus. Apple of my eye, still biting through computers. Uranus and Taurus, biting through computers. Lion of the future, apple of my eye, still biting. And I was like, wow, that's really that's the energy right now. But that was years ago.
Message to the
It's like
future.
chart. Don't plan. I don't be planning anything. It's synchronized, like clockwork. That's how you know clockwork.
Message to the future.
That is the future. You gotta do that. Time's got out there. They have no idea what you're talking about, but I do. Message received. Yeah. In closing, I want to say discover Uranus, the value Venus that's within your own heart, within yourself. Have the confidence to pull it out of you and put it on full display. You are a product of the greatest painter. You're a painting of the greatest painter. You are a song crafted by the greatest musician. A building constructed by the greatest architect, right? That's ever existed. So you have to always think like that. You have to always remember that. And keep in mind that what comes from you is really what's coming from the sun through you. It's really what's coming from it's really what's coming from the Father through the Son, through the earth, through the sun, through you. And back to the future, or forward to the past, pouring up a glass. But everything that's distorted in the trash, it was gorgeous to get a pass. It was a good show. I thought it was a blast. Any final thoughts, KB?
It was a stone cold groove, my man. You are the most righteous. Yeah. Let's get the fuck out. Okay? We in the building. And need y'all to pull up. Next Tuesday, we will be in the building. I'll let Kyle tell y'all that. Okay. We'll be in the building. We got a special
Don't forget
Sunday. A special edition of Astrology Jesus.
Special edition.
Special edition. So for all the Astrologesites of the congregation, you don't want to miss the Sunday session of Astrology Jesus. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's understanding if you follow traditions that was, what do you say? That's the God hour. If you follow traditions not far from the Apollo. It's understanding if you follow traditions from the school not far from the Apollo. So we circling 7 on the way out of here. Hey, yo, what happened to Pigs?
Peace.
Hey yo, in the womb for 9 months, that's 3/4 of the wheel. Added up and get 7, check the thoughts I revealed. 7 days of creation, 7 torches I wield. 7 swords, 7 lords, 7 courses like meals. 7 circuits round the Cairo on the zodiac wheel. 52 cards, that's 7 in the deck that you deal. 52 weeks spread in the year, the septenary. Who didn't understand this wisdom is necessary. 7 principles, man. I cracked the 7th seal. 7 layers on my shield. 7 fingers on the hand, that's invisible, pointing to one of the 7 miracles. Start the 7 laws when you polish the 7th emerald. 7 essential minerals. The firmament birth the 7 layers in the atmosphere. The same are in the eye. 7 angels up high, middle ladders in the sky. 7 layered computer system, call it SOI. Gotta read the signs in the physical design. The 7 balance acidic and alkaline. I climb 7 steps, 7 heavens, 7 depths, 7 chakras, 7 watches. I profess that the wise man decides before reacts in the space of 7 breaths. 7 literal parts, 7 glands, 7 lambs, 7 liberal hearts, 7 luminous sparks, 7 personal planets, 7 days of the week, 7 colors in the rainbow. What I'm saying is deep. The 7 sleepers in the cave, 7 species like wheat in the land of milk and honey. 7 ships in my fleet, 7 musical notes that play the 7 vital body organs. The music lives inside you, don't you hear your body calling? 7 virtues from prudence to hope. 7 deadly sins that kill whoever isn't awoke. 7 continents, 7 comets sit in my throat. 7 golden springs in this mystical flow. 4 directions all connect to 7 cities of gold. I'm just opening my wings to fly above the 7 hills of the 7 Roman kings. Though Saturn the 7 rings. Saturn circle the 7, the planets and everything. Planets and everything. Worship heaven, put a circle on my 7. A piece in my heart, a star in my crescent. Accomplish for my square, answer the 4 directions. Navigate the 7 seas, I'm the answer to your question. Yeah, 7 thunders, 7 ancient wonders. Spokes on 7 wheels, 7 dwarfs in the slumber. 7 dragon balls, the most lucky number 7. 7 adept lessons, 7 perfect dimensions. Noah's Ark, 7 pairs of each creature. 7 hermetic laws, 7 breaths in the ether. It's over once my voice gets injected through your speakers. 7 in the sound, the heart is 7 pounds. Libra's the 7th sign, but let's flip it around. L is God and 7's L upside down. 7 Kundalini servants, the Bible is 7 churches. I write in prophetic verses, 7 oaths that I vow. 7 nerve centers in the spinal canal. 7 portals of initiation. Sa'at fair, 7 circumambulations. 7 golden lamps in the book of Revelation. 7 trumpets I blow. I fed the multitude with 7 loaves, fresh off the stove, yeah. Now let's begin. There are 7 deadly sins. 7 circles, 7 sorrows of the virgin I rode. 7 camels, while 7 shepherds carry the glow of 7 candles. My face is 7 legs, is 2 eyes and 2 ears, 2 nostrils and 1 mouth to speak. 7 luminaries, the master the 7 seas. 7 candle menorah, light the path. Come and step this way. Peace to the L's and bays that breathe in the stellar rays. I dropped the mic as God rested on the 7th day. I got 7 chakras, propellers of holy helicopters, breath of Brahma, heaven's opera, spells are very proper. Tell me, do you smell the karma cooking pasta from the past? Now, do you see the God breaking knowledge that will last? Celebration wine sparkle like the stars in my glass. Kiss the crescent, mystic presence lifted from the ash. I was last seen skillfully build a supreme math. With a regime last, I'm taking a steam bath. I'm walking a clean path. It gets better, fulfill my inner splendor. Electromagnetism just built from my contender with skills and an agenda to shine with no sense that I climb with no men to define my soul center. I mind you won't ninja with lies. I know into the skies of a gold emperor rose in pure beauty. I'm God well dressed in the robe of yours truly. Dipped in gems fresh when I slept. I spoke jewelry. Chimney on the own. Bothered with no abba. Growing with no umi. Holding a broke Uzi. Just hoping to go smoothie till the music starts to feel like an ocean that goes through me. It's so groovy. Do you feel the sound breeze? Feet in the soil. You can feel it when the ground breathes. Music is a treasure chest. Open with a sound key. They search hard for Solomon's temple. That's when they found me. Follow my credentials. I flow like I pour more bottles from my pencil. God is in my temple. I gotta make him tremble. Paintings from antiquity. Gods that I resemble. Said we gotta be assembled. I got 7 chakras. Propellers of holy helicopters. Breath of Brahma. Heaven's opera. Spells are very proper. Tell me, do you smell the karma cooking pasta from the past? Now, do you see the God breaking knowledge that will last? I got 7 chakras. Propellers of holy helicopters. Breath of Brahma. Heaven's opera. Spells are very proper. Tell me, do you smell the karma cooking pasta from the past? Now, do you see the God breaking knowledge that will last? Hey yo, gifted eyesight of the vision of the top czar. Crystallized light on the mission of a rock star. Living the high life. Pistol wisdom on your cop car. Fiction throwing shots yards. Hitting whiskey bottles. Spilling spirit shadow lock bars like prison up. Rising sublipping your drop squad. Ace of space facing. I'm living the top card. Extending the hot charge. Electrical mind. Engine dimensional yacht laws. Titanic. Rhyme magic. Ascension the God's laws. Moroccan all-star. I'm a reincarnation. Ecliptic teleprompter while I read the stars. Passing through the visualized life. When I spit these allow you walk bars. Lift my cup. I ain't get invisible. Lock stars in the Taurus field. Sensual. Sensible. Taught to hear the talk is real. I'm talking to the Taurus seal. Abracadabra. Dress a laughter. I'm a joyful meal for your eyes. Appetite. To these lines. Movie mind. Jewelry shine. Smacking these hermaphrodite. Parasites. Torture hell. Burning flames. Warming up a water spell. Sacred geometrical designs in the tortoise shell. I'm on the tortoise cell. Miraculous in thoughts I spell. Deal. Make a real shape. Breathe until it feels greater. I'm never shaking with the hand that my torch is held. Phoenix made of phonics. Man made of talking cells. The son of Samsung. A new tune as my thoughts propel. I got 7 chakras, propellers of holy helicopters, breath of Brahma, heaven's opera, spells are very proper. Tell me, do you smell the karma cooking pasta from the past? Now, do you see the God breaking knowledge that will last? Yo, super Casanova, super cat promoter, lion, no fire glow, super karaoke. This is poetic dopamine, better than Coca-Cola. I'm dope, I mean open stream. I be choking cobra, snake charmer, brain macabre, ancient great karma. See the Rams Day in this diagram, diorama. Darno herbalist, moving diagram. Watching my vision is panoramic with it. It's so botanic. Flower child, showered in clouds, my soul expanded. Life is a design, why didn't you know the planet? Polish rocks knowledge, my wisdom will coat the planet. I get it, I'm so demanding, supply, gotta cut the wire, run traditional umbilical cord inside the cipher as a baby grab the mic instead of a pacifier. Melody appetizer, beware buyer, this is some rare fire. Sit in a chair higher, giving a spare tire. You're on your last lap like a stripper that just for tiger. Now I mean my queen seem to be sweeter than the papaya. I move far away from dinners to wear blinders. Gold colored contacts, solar power, God rap. No one can doubt that I'm that lyrical exerciser, spiritual advisor, and I'm the kind of man that miracles admire. Minerals are minor, I majored in all required to complete the grand arcanum. Leaping the phantom quantum, Phoenician, the fire blossom. Come reach for this higher doctrine, Mayan shaman, mind boggling. Reach to the time I'm all the skin, mocking since forgotten sins. Common men, nature, Ganiga, Tom sovereigns. Making bullet points, lacking freedom is a problem. Carry extra magazines like they speaking in your column. I came from the center, never started from the bottom. Got your children in school, being smart is an option. Rhyme book encyclopedia uses written in the margin. margins, listening to Marvin. Sexual healing, my medicine is revealing that the stars in the sky got ancestors in the ceiling. Moods of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs, it's the grand netta. Time slipping through our fingers, fit a sand texture. Chandelier in the ceiling full of ancestors. Moods of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs, it's the grand netta. Chandelier in the sky full of ancestors. Show you clear, maybe you can understand better. Yes. Zodiac lay shower me. Spirits from above, those who passed away flower me. A lost intelligence, I may out when they encountered me. Effortlessly write a new verse before you count to 3. With a sound to see, a sight to hear, the taste of beauty. My ancestors in the sky told me make a movie. It's the mega Sufi, serving like a maker Sufi. The grand makers open bars, I can make the zoo free. I'm giving season passes to the secret passage. Not a tunnel, but a chapter unreleased status. Slow gases, mine ain't fast enough to beat molasses. Midget at a strip club, arms ain't long enough to reach the masses. See the Venus resurrected if you read the ashes. Cross me, you'll be seeing axes. Reenactors needed atlas like IG tags. Meet me at the Atlas, put a train, bloodshot eyes from drinking out your reading glasses. Zodiac's name, crack your brain, rappers slain, master pain. I make hits, they making Cassius claims older than Apostle Luke age. Smoke pot with Luke Cage, the Bush master, Mussolini, Galactica. Houdini couldn't see me with a crystal ball, eagle, regal, seeking all lies to plot a dream for y'all. I push past the vision y'all look after. Clear while I'm the finisher here like wood lacquer. Shooting star, comedy type like good laughter. Heavy still like a waiter when I walk on with toast. God's called me on the tower, I'm talking with ghosts. Like sun rays in the seance, I slice like a radiant. Zodiac real estate, kingdom of the avians. He's up above us, they thinking that I'm Canadian. KZ the chosen A-bomb, I wrote the ape song. Magician that can open they palm, exploded napalm. King Kami high, exploded ape palm with granite countertop. Holding wishes in my palm, I granted Megalodon, Megatron, I'm stretching my mind tight. Tap the splitter subtly, I'm Gregory hindsight. Moods of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs, it's the grand netta. Time slipping through our fingers, fit a sand texture. Chandelier in the ceiling full of ancestors. Moods of Allah in my hand gestures. Zodiac gang signs, it's the grand netta. Chandelier in the sky full of ancestors. Show you clear, maybe you can understand better. Yeah. Bruce Zeroy. The truth from no decoy. Hey yo. Lung food, spirit flipping, catch the arrow while blindfold. To know without knowing, searching for the sublime glow. No longer your master taught you everything I know. That's when the master said our time was complete. Told me about the 7 levels I was trying to reach. Kick Rick on medallion, left to fly through the streets. The beat of unsung joy, seek for some dumb goy. Turn into a wise man, that was some dumb boy. Bruce Lee upon the screen, while they breaking the aisle. Somebody smashed their radio, watch them breaking the style. Sort of walking to the room, shorty breaks in a smile. Hands on his face, points to me, he's praising my style. Fist in my face, surrounded, he's clowning, I can't listen. The secret, erase eyes and clouded by ambition. Listen, he said I got something real for you in these hands. Superman stories about the legendary Z-Man. The Wattside, Bruce Zeroy, they spoke deep plans with these hands. I give them the beats with no tree brand. Please to make a toast with just one glass up. During the show, a fool screaming, shut your dumb ass up. Out the book of life forgiven, only one match struck. But all 50 of you come to the stage just for the fun of it. Smashing heads, biting their legs, chopsticks, I'm done, I dipped. Stepped on the elevator, pressed number 7. I thought I reached the final level, but it wasn't heaven. Kai Elohim, the bars, kissed the rhythm of the nighttime. Begging Vanity to spin the song and get the night fine. When she declined his offer, Eddie was pissed. Lil' bro was in the crowd, catching the kiss. Eye connection while she left and hopped inside of the lift. Caught her slipping by the exit, driver stressing his fist before a strucker caught his hand and put his men in the switch. Helped her rubber eyes connected, then I left in the mist. Quick, Eddie was living with his men all bruised back at the dojos on a walk that made me bend to his shoes. Damn, didn't want to do it, had my mans inside a headlock. Reluctantly, my head dropped. Kiss his shoes, got up, picture grew back at the best spot. Logo on the screen, looking fine, it's like a Libra. I get like a diva. I would like to see her. I would like to see her. Fire like a fever, like a lion to the zebra. Even said it'll bring me to you if I carry him and rap there. Fashionable cashmere, the crate looks like a half chair. Waited outside, that's when fate would collide. The kidnapped her, but I peeped it, got the place in the ride. Yo, made her watch some garbage video, I kicked in the door. Like notorious with darts, I threw up hitting all four. Eddie's head in the piranha tank that dripped on the floor. Hide heads need cool water, take a sip that I pour. Next we hit her ass posted as she slid off her shoes. Like a bird with a hidden nest, I'm missing the clues. Blindfolded, private eye that blinks, the mission is smooth. Record players spinning slowly, couldn't get in the groove. Love is clumsy, kinda awkward, found the gift that I lose. Present things return more valuable than this I can prove. Made a necklace, made an exit, hope that this is excused. Court's love is now rejection, like a kiss that's refused. Wanna smash, gotta dash, what's a nigga to do? Sock it to me, I sock it to you. Cool breeze blowing through, dancing posse crew. Where's the master? Here's the laughter, nothing's funny but you. The master's busy acting silly, left me stuck for a few. On zone, I'm stepping in the pizza shop, whole crew with shoulder pads, screaming on his folks' dad. Oh, you mean Junior? Yeah, Junior, things is going bad. Mama throwing dough in their face like strip clubbing. Little bro got tossed in the trash, yo, kick something. Who plays his garbage shit in the glass in the brick oven? It's better than McLovin. Z, I'm the baddest man around, you ain't gotta like me. Just take a chicken-hearted son, now he's gotta fight me. Shut up as they speeding off, hug my mama tightly. They all looking down on me when I'm God Almighty. Hit the heavy bag, imagine it's him. Lord walking, smiling at me while I'm mad at the gym. Said she needs a bodyguard to guard her African skin. Said I should look like a master as she laughed with a grin. So seductive while I'm down the lotus flower that has some bloom. Eddie Arcadian was good enough as cast of goons. And my meanest, the baddest and the prettiest. Keep your money, I just wanna smash him till he's hideous. I'll bump into Laura, the apology's mine. Took a ride, look inside, surprised and shocked at one time. Kissed her while my brother spying his light on the line. Like Bruce and his opponent's lair, I jetted not a good time. Once the coast was clear, the folks appeared and tied them up both. Set the stage, the beast have left the cage of silence, they hopes. Hey my man, but it's looking like when pie gets a hoax. Straight from Daddy Green's pizza, roll the bases I took. I wanna see the master now, put these guys in the yoke. For a fortune cookie machine with hidden lines that I quote. From a master that don't exist, from mouth that I isn't broke. My former teacher pointed at me like the lines in the scope. I was born a quiet storm was brewing high into slopes. Brought an arsenal of weapons, crept inside with no cloak. Corrupt powers tied as a break dancing slide from you ropes. Announced me once I hit the stage like I was miming the host. In the zodiac circle in the sight buzz spokes. Each degrees of blade and angle cut the pie in the ghost. Nothing chuck and punch struck him, 25 of them smoke. Took a lie at the rope, tossed aside as I choked. They kept coming, always lost to the arrival of most. My students came to shoot a flame, my troops collided the goat. Tasting Eddie through a warehouse, bullets fly through the toast. Though a ninja starts and darts to turn the sky to a roast. Take my brother from a scuffle, locked inside of his boat. Shut off every simple final boss and working it slow. Ducking kicks and blocking punches with berserkers I throw. Many certain blows kick me through the surface exposed. I return the favor, resting while he's hurting. I pose and turn a second, then he vanished to return with a glow. Who's the master? Bruce and battered to the surface below. Like red lightning at his fingertips, you hurting him, Zoe. Couldn't say it till I waited in the waters to grow. It's one place I never looked to find the source of the flow. Emerging from the baptism, back dripping like a rich apostle. We became Christ, like the fish couldn't miss the gospel. Saw visions in the mind, swimming with no goggles, no gillies on the kid. Waited, but I didn't wallow. The last time I had emerged, Fibonacci spiral, flick of Vitruvian man. To the heights I flew, glistening ready as my aura like a supernova. You got the glow, I got the glow. Go check the beauty thrower. Can I kick him to the tub? This dude is Dookie odor. Z-Way green talkers, what you gonna do to Yoda? Hung him out to dry and see the bullets about to fly. Bow scum sucker, pull the trigger out, but down they cry. And when he came to check, my body was dead. Caught the bullet in my teeth, and I stuck inside of my head. That's how my joints got crooked. Look how he got tied up instead. Pigs took Laura looking off the side of the legs. I'm still glowing, still growing to the skies I spread. you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, but death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, but death couldn't keep me from you. So I live forever. Many lives search for hidden treasure. Living lecture found it within. And I'm too rich to measure. Miss your neck, miss the net, miss illumination. Mrs. Never, you the circle and the circumambulation. Stay on point in the center where the perfect grand equation. I greet you with a kiss on your third eye when you awaken. Mother and the son, that's the science of a mason. In time I had to grow beyond the ciphers I was raised in. Achieved the 7 circles and I mastered the globe. 7 lead proceeds, the reason I fall back with the show. Astrology's has gotta lead us, I imagine it so. Bruce, Zodiac, Roy, Elam, casted in gold. Soul Reaper, flow bleacher, I done shattered the mold. The pattern is cold, your laugh is my abode. This path is too cold, it's warm in your presence. Beauty so pure, it was born from the essence. Galore effervescence. Each moment we're together is a reward, it's a present. That's why it's called presence. Brightest fluorescence. Hear ye, feel me, silence all peasants. I spit it all with you if I had 94 seconds. Years, months, days, the science is all lesson. You could be my classmate, beauty in your math shape. Truth you couldn't castrate, a blind film director. This movie, it wasn't half-baked. Zodiac calendar, remembered every past date. Money is time. Spit it every cent with you, cause I'm in love with your shine. Sit with me in the groove, I walk in all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove, I walk in all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? In our last life, death couldn't keep me from you.
If I could, I would spend it all with you. Spend it all again with you. If I could, I'd spend it all again with you.
Test and see the aura is real, it's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see that no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now, there's one path to go to afterglow. Everyone knows I am the master, yo. Test and see the aura is real, it's no magic show. Come with me, there's more than you see that no map can show. The journey lays ahead of you now, there's one path to go. Still glowing brightly on rooftops by doing yoga. The lotus hold the shoulder nightly, stroke lightly with a poet psyche. He's saying hold me tightly, no one's like me. He discovered the move was so natural. Being clumsy, confused, and so casual. Have you ever felt the golden glow, gas and ooh, magical? This glass of perfection given was leopard driven. On top of seventh heaven, cloud, they connected kissing. Brain rush, no paintbrush to make an exhibition. Brucey, Roy, radiant, body guardian, protector of the vanity mirror for overcharging them. Set him throwing punches, he beat him by outsmarting them. Expounds charging it, but rarely challenges come. Word spreads fast and they don't want to battle the one bro who beat the shogun to the gun show. What's up though? Outside the shop with Richie posted up to see buzz flows. Years pass, cry like tear gas in the wind. The whole neighborhood was sad when Pops knew from his skin. Asked Richie to run the shop, he couldn't do it right then. After starting a rap career, he made a group with his friends. Moved the judge to disturb, he was smooth with the pen. Unlike Eddie, when he moved to the pen, called two to the chin. His first night alone with no crew to defend. Along with Laura at events, only a few could attend. Lifestyles and glamour, hoping I ain't losing my zen. Until Laura started stiff and white, abuse it again. Can't protect her from herself, can't excuse or pretend. Throwing punches at addiction, hurt her too in the end. From a man to a god, now he's human again. Off screen with stimulants, but on screen the innocent. Time flew clean for some years, remaining vigilant. Wrong crowd playing songs loud behind the limo tent. Find that never glad to weather the storm. Her leggings egging me on like the head of a sperm. Now she's pregnant, got the silver glow, her belly was firm. Before Nas, war scars here to never return. My old master reached Miami and he left in an urn. On a mission he could only go to heaven to learn. To see his mother, he ain't tell me she was resting with worms. Hey yo, had an overzealous student like I'm Nexus, my turn. You know the one that kicked Johnny, kept on telling him stern. He wasn't ready, green with envy, who could measure the burn concern. One day he telling Z-Boy, I'ma be the master soon. Challenge you and beat you from the morning to the afternoon. Your face on the mural, doves, candles, and some black balloons. Hit you with a blow strong enough that it could crack the moon. While you stressing there, warming up your whack platoon. The nerve of this guy with hurt in his eye. All he ever did was train him, now he's thirsty to fly. But I can't grow wings for you till the birds in the eye. He said gently as he turned it through his shuriken by. In his peripheral recorded, are you sure we getting by? Won't take no for an answer. We kept his back to him and just glowed with the grandeur. Long rocking yellow tight clothes like bananas. With question marks coming at his dome like the antlers. Cameras camouflaged in the stones like salamanders. While scanning reviewed the footage, it was there and he knew it. His student had an emerald green glow when he threw it. Rub is so faint, took the tape just to view it. He hit the rooftop, took a break to compute it. And Laura like, come and get this played, I just stewed it. While dancing to soul music, he planted it so rooted. The channel his soul fluid from horse dances, thought branch with birds on the limb that would chirp in thought bubbles. That emergency grin, she like you know, I could read you like a psychic again. Like I write it in pen, stretch lines that extend between the temples in your head, held them tightly and then a loud giggle in the back. They little guys like tennis, calendars flip, and time when clocks to turn digital. The troubles they forgotten, but watching nurse miserable. Steady growing stronger to shock the world cynical. Saw it in him since a young seed pod, the florist. Reared in the Starkosaurus, destiny is marching toward us. The most wealthy with the chi over the Stark porous. He wants the power for himself cause he got Mars and Taurus. After he left the school, some legends that say he went to get a drink and ran into the devil that day. Familiar voice from behind, he still remembers the way he had Z-Boy shook enough to kiss his steps on display. In his 50s, hair streaks turned electrical gray. Unshaven, drunk laying, punch his head in the days. He be starting bar fights, believe his stressing his prey. Still biting kicks, flying fists, weapons to play. They pursued him to the alley once he stepping away. Zone up, he yelled twice, turn no second delay. Said he wants to build a rap, started stretching like, hey, I just got a proposition. Fight me and I'll listen. Above heard the peeping toms hiding in the kitchen, close they blinds. If you last one round or have an open mind, kicked you out, did he blows clashing any given time. He's staring at his one eye raised, he gained a couple pounds. Searching for the golden glow in him, but it still wasn't found. Swinging, kicking over trash cans before they touched the ground. Made him levitate with his rage, guess he in trouble now. Ducking down, buckle up, taking him to Knuckle Town. Red light, green light, counted 1 to 3, right? Towered underneath height, you became solid, muscle pounding in the street fights. When he told him that's the power of the J Dragon, but he can't hold it long enough and it's still faint passing. With Bruce Z-Boy, they had a mutual contempt, so they joined forces cause they both knew what it meant. Bond that grew to cement, bound to show him how to harness it. Shoot with intent, enough he did it all in all. Redemption and revenge as the meanest, he just wants to get his mention in the end. Z-Boy, behind the glow, still perceives the pump. My training, you be ready, you can eat him for lunch. New moon above their heads, Mars and Venus conjunct. Z-Boy, oblivious, wouldn't even have thunk. While he teaching the young guard to retreat from a skunk. Fight him and you both stink, who can weep through the funk? As he sat and meditated, holding beads of a monk. Have you fought inside the rings of a tree in the stump? Can you calculate the amount of tea leaf that I drunk? He could levitate for minutes, he could leap with a jump, and even teleport. Whoever thought the flow would remain, and evolve beyond the Kundalini, open his brain, and it transferred to his son in the fallopian rain. He's that blue star China that the Hopis explain. Couldn't see the ultrasound cause it was glowing in flame. Blue lighting in the glow that still shows in his vein. Taught to keep his talents hidden, never show it in vain. To make it through a small window if you go through the pain. Light, but some lessons only smoke can explain. I rose up the chain, the sun you awoke in this plane. Child of the indigo that was born in the glow. So I answered every question that you wanted to know. But will it last and melt away like writing thoughts in the snow? If you learn the ways of nature, you can talk to a pro. They spend weeks out of state, take a walk as they grow. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stretching they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. More relaxing since they moved to the A. Bought a new club together, pour their roots in the clay. They celebrated, lift the ceiling on the coupe that was gray. The sun went to close the club, but guess who's shooing the way? Pushed him back instead of attack, his man moved in the play. But techniques his pop taught him, 6 moved in the fray. 6 more that stood above him in acoustic array. Kicked 2 over the steps, 3 with shooters to spray. His blue aura bouncing backwards to the music they play. Royal priesthood on the map, no one dude's in the way. On the stage where the battle's nostalgic, you hear, you know why. But this world was fighting blindfold. See with no eyes, he made his final call with no phone. Ain't need a boat tied, no way that we could find our way home and leave the boat dry. It's raging waters and bears slaughter the final foe. The lights were now darkest than the limelight glow. From the shadows of the room emerged the villain for show. Reading over bright emerald and it isn't for show. But like stories of his father throwing fists in the road. So persistent with blows, but for show can slow time down. A spell could just rock you to sleep and slow your mind down. A headphones neutralize. He could get the high ground, he had the same teachers, so he mirrored his moves. Broke the DJ table, spit it, spinning, kickers improved. They throwing records back and forth, take a trip to the blues. When he was on the ground, bleeding lightning, hit him for food. On his feet, but not the floor, he feel the tip of his shoes. Rip the suit from off his chest, and his fashion sense was avant-garde. He got lessons in Medina, check the knowledge. God Z logo on his tank top is like a calm massage, given by the hands in the wind. That made the monologue, the self-talk that made itself walk with no entourage. Battlegrounds, put him outside like his bomb in the dark and show where the years for this day. Close to an eon, hit him like a prayer from the ghost of an imam. Zone of God, Mecca, I'm the shogun of Pelon. Then he got hit so much blows he couldn't respawn. Plan to go to war with the wicked with no Dion. I'm the one you must hurry with no Dijon. The blue aura cold in his veins just like Freon. But glow like neon, punch a hole in a Nissan. Knock him out cold with no shoulder to lean on. Perspective that they had that was so disagreed on. Both of them were reborn. Z-Roy and Lover came, pulling up, looking all struck. His son and off pain, his mother joked to Superman now, they still call the name. But that's the tale of another over snake. Dragon tail scales of a song that we can all relate. Talk to face messages that spoke with no tongue. We're so proud of you, you're everything we hoped you become. As the sun rises, approached his toast to the sun. It's like man, woman, child, all awoken as one. Full circle, the return of the dragon. Spine full of musical scales, so just imagine the serpent in the sound waves back with flying past them. Seven seals, zodiac, all Messiah fashion. Full circle, the return of the dragon. We under the 60 degrees, when am I lacking? Not a thing, shining stars in the ring. Birth of the zodiac god, divine passion. eternal, can't date him like a married man. I crossed the gates of life and death and only carried sand. Lift your truck with one arm, now that's a caravan. How rappers gon' reach for the mic? They don't have no hands. Cut the lions, made exaggeration. With the cabin, that's decapitation, Captain Ancient. They hate the music, but they clap if y'all rich. Sell the looses, on the looses, that's the cap it all this. Take your best shot, I'm unscathed after y'all miss. I wasn't born, I'm the product of a Dragon Ball wish. Zodiac computer system making matter exist. I was bred to do the coding like you batter y'all fish. Anagram, a grammar, canon, all exists, did it exits. Treasure where the exits. Exercise the demons, did Pilates with the exorcist. Sharpest wits and left in this, complete the task, don't even ask him. Sees his ass beneath the trash, I rap below the waist like I shot them in the leg and hips. Spermicide the egg and lips. Work your mind to search and find the secrets of the turning time. Serpentine, I'm serpent shine. It gets deeper, I'm the speaker with my serpent's mind. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. I'm so accommodating, in harmony with it all. And so the comments ate him. Rap snack, real rappers intimate, so I calmly ate him. So I kinda ain't him, jealous, so they kinda hate him. Love is strong, the church of astrology, this is my congregation. I was spotted above, like giraffes inside a constellation. Connected, the dots were made it. Mr. Doctor Occupation, couldn't get his ops to face him. Operation Watch the Raven, don't it feel safe to finally figure out the combination? Happy yet, and that's a boxer with a calming agent. Cut the beast's birth rate in half and call it condemnation. Think I'm taking over your gang? Let's gang is contemplation. Watch me, I salam alaikum. Put your lips on my converse, now that's a conversation. A sign of confirmation. It's the iconic Mason. See me lyrically at the top. That's not your domination. Gotta race them, gotta trace them, gotta praise them, gotta raise them, gotta embrace them. Change is coming. He's the living Jew in jewelry. Gotta praise them. Got equations, product placing, product pacing, product blazing, provocation. Copy on your college station. Mental scene, server, independent stream, server, car, holy act. Goku with a sense of bean burger. Pop out with the spinners, dip essential gene worker. It's the in-between earth that took your endless dream further. Cut to in the scene, worker. Come and get your team murdered by the in the gleam Berber. My shine is immaculate, aligned with the math of it, designed with the master grip. And why they be forgetting that you rhymed if I'm after it? Get fried by the dragon spit, how high do I have to get? I saw a giant turtle when I climbed on the back of it, then populate the planet. It is odd, the Jurassic dictionary's digits buried words stored in the RAM. Like fortune cooking pearls, these gems are from the jaws of a clam. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen. Sun summoner, visions of an Elohim. God of the universe, swimming in the endless dream. Bottom to the top, we expand from the mezzanine. Man is the best machine, I'm grand like you've never seen.
Okay, you ready to go to sleep?
Can you read me a bedtime story first? Because I like staying up tonight.
You gotta get your rest though.
Yeah,
Story?
Yes, please.
All right, what you got in mind?
I love this story. I haven't read it at all, but can you?
Let me see. Tarot. True animations, reading our tales. Okay. By Ka Zodiac. Let's see.
Spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveil. These are true animations, reading our tales. Spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveil. These are true animations, reading our tales. Zodiac got through the lightning in the tower card. Our story started with a fool who was a vagabond, dressed in rags, nothing but a stick that was a magic wand. Headdress with feathers, he suffered from amnesia. So we watered like a gypsy while puffing on plant reefer. Just trying to fit each piece of the puzzle like Pangea. Key to open depths that were hidden. Where he met the magician, hat brim, infinity shape, trained metaphysician. He gave a premonition, helped him with the struggle. Extended his hand and gave his Ouroboros belt buckle. Next he met the high priestess who gave him telekinesis. Moon below her toes, UFO in the Venus glyph. Beam me to the Empress, crowned with 12 stars in it. One for each sign of the zodiac opulence, joined by the emperor whose roar made the heavens shake. The emperor ram's horns in the letter shape. Dressed in red, Mars upon his head, let it resonate. Images replaced by four Moors like our former glory. Great reformer, listen closely if you want the story. Next came the hieroglyphic phantom of the optimist. Primer the Indian, Hierophant astrologist. Throwing up the sign of peace, gave him wisdom, sent him straight to Eden. But the time was brief for even in the blind belief. Sleeping Beauty, lover's card, rode off in the chariot. Canopy of heaven, two sphinxes trained to carry it. Signs in his brain with the reins to a justice. Ruler king measured on the scales for the justice. Humming at the mountaintop, standing at the cuspice. Lancing with the star, David shot it in his one fist. Who spun the wheel of force and blindfolded with a sun disc. With strength to hang the man who was a bat like getting gun fist. Who legs were crossed like Jupiter's. Death remained among myth. Skeleton upon the horse, reaper in the psychic flames. Ghost rider speaking prediction before the cycle came. Next he came to a river and saw a vision. An angel with two cups in her hands for temperation to cool the hot-headed and viewed the exorcism. 1 foot in water, 1 foot on the land like Noble Jew. Pope a caterpillar, books in the sand. Forfeit spirits back in bodies till they couldn't expand. Bartender of the breath of man, chalice of the body. Tempted by the devil, bad for Mephistopheles. Offered fame but lost his name, inheritance and property. Now we reached the beginning, but it tarot's the tower. Climb the spiral staircase, coming counting the flower. Human body, stellar dweller, Kabbalatry. Struck by Zig Zodiac bolts that made the robbers flee. Jumping from the windows, shocking revelation. 9/11, spinal resin, cosmic elevation. Beneath the sun, moon, and stars, he watched his head awaken. The council of the seven lights above him like a Sagan, making wishes from the dragon that exists for the occasion. Probabilific, everlasting words written in the flames of Mayan mystic spell casting. Mr. Wisdom spells Latin. Rotary, notary, rotor wheel spoke to me. Torah turn, Taurus, Torah in the rotor tree. Ring around the rosary. Aries in the ovaries. Rosemary's baby still buried in the code you see. All the book of life stories written in the card deck. Fisher with a large net, how distant can the stars get? It's so close like I'm sitting in the star jet. Dollars worth more than gold is in ignorance and large debt. Vision how the bonds met. Miracle in bronze flesh. Did you see the tale that is written in your arms? Spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveil. These are true animations, reading our tales. Spirals